blend in.
They hover above us?
Yeah, I think if they're going to come down, they're teleported from the spaceship, you know, how they get sent down or beamed up. I don't know. I just don't picture them walking around.
So they just hover?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? You think they're walking around?
No, I don't think they're walking around.
Evan?
I don't think they exist. I think aliens exist.
I can't believe you said that, Evan.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
IBM has entered into a multi-year agreement to become the official fan engagement and data analytics partner of Scuderia Ferrari HP, the most renowned Formula One team, starting in 2025. The partnership brings together two iconic and enduring brands, both driven by a passion for innovation and commitment to progress. IBM and Scuderia Ferrari HP will conceive, develop, and deliver world-class digital experiences to bring racing enthusiasts closer than ever to the racing team, bringing marquee events to life for millions of fans around the world. Sponsored by IBM.
Morning, fellas.
Morning, Jackson.
Can everyone hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, Jackson. I don't hear the music.
That's
I don't hear the intro.
Well, that was my fault, but it played, and now we're here.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We're doing the program remotely. My name's Timothy Michael McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. Jackson's at the world headquarters. And Doug, this is a snow remote emergency broadcast.
Well, I'm not sure St. Louis could have survived if we hadn't come on and hit him with some hot sports takes. But here we are, up and at 'em. Some of us walked like 15 feet to get here, but we're here and ready to deliver said hot takes.
Eric in the Central West End is not supportive of the program right out of the gate. No. Let me guess, Libby Jack was too scared to drive. Why is Jackson? Jackson's the only guy in the studio, and Chairman Kurt.
Chairman Kurt is not in the studio. He unfortunately, Chairman Kurt was going to take me to work today, but he could not escape the snow. His car got stuck before he could even get on. Yeah, before he could even get on.
I didn't know anything about this. So what happened?
So Chairman Kurt called me at about 4:15 this morning. He was trying to get an early start so he could take it real slow. And he called me and said he could not even get out of the alley in which he parks in. So I was like, all right, plan B. I call up one Jeffrey Burkett, my father, and say, hey, old Popmeister, you mind picking up your boy? And
Popmeister?
I had a feeling you'd have a problem with that, Doug.
Well, sorry. And thanks to not only Jeffrey Burkett, but St. Louis Munganast Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota, and his Toyota Highlander was able to navigate the snow and get me here this morning.
How bad were the roads?
I would describe them as snow-packed. I would describe them as if you do not have all-wheel drive or especially like a higher vehicle, like a vehicle that gets higher off the road, I would not suggest driving. It is tumultuous out there, to say the least.
You went, what, 40 to 270 north to get there?
We got off on Ballas, actually. Hospital right there. We figured it would be better lanes. And we got here safely. Got here all right. But it was, if you don't have the right vehicle, it's going to be quite difficult.
So I saw the text last night that Chairman Kurt was going to pick you up, and I thought, wow, tip of the cap to Chairman Kurt for picking you up, because Doug, as you know, I guess we haven't disclosed it before, but Jackson drives a little purple Mini Cooper.
No. A Mini Cooper?
Yeah, it's like Eat, Pray, Love.
I don't need that. I need something rugged.
That's a nice reference. And I thought, well, what a tip of the cap. Chairman Kurt's going to pick up Jackson and drive him in. We had been, there was an email sent out by Hubbard St. Louis President John Kiowski on Friday giving the game plan for each show. And they wanted us to do the program from home and have Jackson come in, and then, you know, different programs, different situations. Riz runs the board on his show, AD runs the board on his show, and so on and so forth. So the different programs for different shows at Hubbard. Nonetheless, my plan was kind of like, I think we'll be fine. We'll be able to drive in. I don't know what it's like for you guys on your streets, but my street, that it hasn't been touched. Doug, the snow on my street is as pure as the driven snow.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I had a truck come through our neighborhood yesterday. I measured about 30 minutes ago on my back patio. I think we got about 6 inches, maybe 7 inches in Sunset Hills. And I haven't seen many cars going up and down the street, so I would have had a hard time getting in there today, I think.
Martin, what do you got going on?
I wanted to ask a question, if it's okay. I'm playing the A.J. Hawk role on the McAfee show. A.J. Hawk, I'm convinced, is actually being held captive on that show. He just sits there looking stern, straight ahead. I think he might be blinking that he can't get out. So I thought I would just play that role. But I'm curious, Jackson, did you warn your dad that you might be calling at 4 a.m., or did he have any inkling of what was ahead?
He knew that there was a possibility of coming. My father is he's retired now, so he doesn't he just kind of hangs out, and he knew that there was a chance that I would be in some trouble this morning if Chairman Kurt. So he said he kind of just set an alarm to make sure that he would be ready, and he hooked it up.
Boy,
I'm a little shocked you don't drive a Prius, Libby Jack.
What do we do without Jeff Burkett? I mean, what would have happened?
I mean, for real, if not for Jeffrey Burkett and his Toyota Highlander, courtesy of Munganass Burkhart Alton Toyota, I don't know what would have happened. I don't know, because that show opened with a plate at 7 a.m., regardless if I was here or not, and I don't know what the plan B was.
Well, you could have walked in, couldn't you? Show a little gumption, a little walk too.
Yeah, I guess just so leave 64 and then walk from whatever exit I was near and get here.
That's right.
Yeah, that would have worked.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023, and he played Harbortown and shot 100 last week, covering the over, and Doug and Jackson had to Venmo him $1,000 apiece, Martin. You were lucky to dodge that bet. And he says, if one of my kids asked me to pick them up for work, I would hang up the effing phone. Plan better, you ass! That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood, and he is not happy.
What would you have liked me to do, Chairman Steve? My car is a sedan. As Tim just mentioned, it's a Mini Cooper. It's great for cruising the PCH on any given weekday, but it's not great for the snow. I wouldn't have even been able to get my car out of my parking spot at my apartment this morning. The snow bank was so high behind it.
Snow bank.
There's just no chance I would have made it in here myself. And short of staying at a hotel Saturday, I would have to stay Saturday night into Sunday and then walk over here. This was the next best plan.
Okay.
Call Jeff Burkett at 4.
My parents don't live far from me. Like, it wasn't like a crazy drive. Listen, I'm sure my original plan was Chairman Kurt, and God bless him. He was up at like 3:30 in the morning trying to get out. He was getting there trying to get a move on super early. He just couldn't make it out of his. I feel bad for him. He's still got to get his car out of that alley. I don't know how he's going to do it.
So it's stuck in an alley in South City.
That is what, yes, I believe that's
blocking traffic.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I honestly have no idea, but I know that he has to deal with his car still, and so I feel really bad for him. And he still helped me out. He's helped me out remotely. But yeah, I think it's me.
Well, I saw he
sent the links.
He sent the links at 4:41 a.m. And then I'm watching on YouTube. And I see like what looks like what I thought was a white hoodie in the chair where he usually sits. And I'm like, oh, that's where Chairman Kurt is. I didn't know that he didn't get in. But that's just what is that your pillow, Jackson?
It's my winter coat.
Don't you have a problem with that? Like a winter coat, like put your winter coat on.
Is that what you call it? What do you guys call it?
You just say coat.
Coat, right.
Yeah.
You guys don't have a summer coat?
Let's practice an economy of words.
That's fair. That's fair.
Jackson, do you have mittens?
I have gloves, really nice gloves. Mittens, it feels a little childish. But I have gloves, and I was wearing. It was actually really hard to open the door to get in here this morning because the snow was blocking it. So I kind of had to shovel out in front of the door to get in. It's just me, AD, and another guy from the KC Morning Show in here right now. It's the three of us against the world.
What about the Riz Show?
Riz Show's not here. I think they pushed till tomorrow.
No way.
Yeah, they're certainly.
So, Doug, do you mind if we do some housekeeping on the air?
I think it's okay in this case.
All right, we're going to do a little housekeeping. So John Kiowski sends out an email Friday afternoon with a plan for all of the stations for the snowstorm. And the Riz Show, because my thought process, because Riz runs the board for the show, so they wouldn't be in the same position to do what we're doing since Jackson runs the board for our show. And they were going to stay at a hotel somewhere near Hubbard Radio, which is in Creve Coeur on Olive, for those of you in the St. Louis area. And Jackson was just going to be the one representative from TMA in. So, wow, that's surprising that they didn't get in. And I'm not ripping it by any means. That whole show's a group of really good people, but that must mean it must be really rough if that's the case. I mean, wow. How about that? So it's you and AD from KC95, and who else, Jackson?
One of his co-hosts. A co-host.
Sounds like you haven't gotten to know the staff.
Well, I can't. Not everyone, but there's another gentleman in there with him, and I feel bad.
This guy thinks he's too big to get to know the little people.
Really? what in the world happened to you?
I couldn't be sorrier. I'm not positive on the. I'm sure someone will text it in. Yeah, the Riz Show actually posted on their IG story yesterday that they will be returning on Tuesday. I assume because it was too hard to get to a hotel yesterday because the roads weren't great yesterday by any means.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Snow like crazy. Yeah, it's snow packed. The highways are okay, but getting on and off the ramps is really difficult. Like you have to have the right car. You'll get stuck real easily.
Were there a lot of cars on the highways when you drove up there?
No, not at all.
Just a few?
Two or three?
Two tree, a lot of snow plows, a couple abandoned cars. Really bad for those folks. I don't know what's going to happen there. But
it's Chairman Kurt. He's blocking an alleyway in South St. Louis.
I guess.
So is Mr.
I drove home last night about 11 o'clock from the old Two Fox, and I went down Lindbergh to Clayton, and I saw no vehicles other than ones that were stuck on the side of the road that made poor decisions earlier in the day, other than snowplows. And so which is great. Most people stayed home, which they wanted you to do, but you would see the occasional sedan, not a purple Mini Cooper, but an occasional sedan stuck in the side of the road. And I guess if it's an emergency, yes, but I don't understand why my wife's SUV has four-wheel drive, so I was able to get around pretty well. In fact, I was going to offer to pick up the whole team this morning.
Wow.
Great for camaraderie, maybe.
Huh.
Wow. Yeah, that would have been good for camaraderie. Now, Doug's against that because he considers us coworkers, where I'm adamant that we're
coworkers
friends.
More than anything else, yeah. Well, there are people that just
you drug Chuckles Marlowe's ass out last night, Martin, on the Two Fox, right?
Yeah. Do you want a little behind the curtain? Knowing Sunday was going to be a little dicey. I don't know if that's a weather word, Doug, but it was going to be dicey.
I'll let it go.
So behind the curtain there, Chuck actually came to the studio on Saturday, and we recorded that segment. So we had it in the bank for Sunday night, and we've had many a great guest, and certainly Chuck is right up there. But the irony is it'll probably be our highest-rated sports final in years, and it features one Chaz Marlowe.
How about that? Charlie brings in numbers.
Yeah.
I was wondering that when I saw you guys tweeting about it yesterday. I'm going, God, that is just the tip of the cap to Martin to going into the studio, and really tip of the cap to Charlie, who doesn't even work there anymore, to going into the studio. You must really want to talk about Ohio State, Texas.
I'll Rich Gould, I offered to stay home.
Very few people can be on local news.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
The pay is so great for doing those interviews that's what gets people in.
Brian Henson has a question, Doug. What a magical Colt season it was. So is Mr. Burkett just sitting in the lobby twiddling his thumbs, or is the mittened virgin making the poor man drive back and forth again? Lord, God save Mr. Tim and Mr. Martin. Thanks and free perk. Oh, hi, Doug. That's from Brian Henson, Colts columnist.
Did these people want a show today, or like what's the only way I'm here is because of my dad? Like there's like no, he's not waiting in the parking lot. We don't live super far away either. He's at home chilling, listening. I guarantee he's listening. What up, Pop?
So he's Pop Meister. So is he coming back at 11 to pick you up?
Well, not 11, but yeah, he'll come to scoop me after all my duties are complete. I got no other way. What am I gonna
like
Uber?
The staff down the hall.
Yeah, I'll ask him questions. I'll find out who he is.
I guess your dad will be listener of the month now. Typical Libby Jack move. That's from Steve in Wildwood, and he was listener of the year.
Should be, but he will not be. ineligible. No family members. I'll make that, even if that's not a doctrine. I'll make it.
Jimmy Recaps is not happy. This is dumb. Y'all are babies. Get in your 94 Explorers and drive to the studio. That's from Jimmy Recaps.
Oh.
I've sat here.
He's not happy.
I've sat here for the past 15, 20 minutes. I have not seen one car go down Olive Boulevard.
Is that right? Really?
I have not seen.
You haven't seen a car go past Olive?
Here comes the first one I've seen in 15 minutes.
How about that? Wow.
I would suppose the hospitals are still fully staffed, hopefully.
For sure.
Hundreds and maybe thousands of people have to get into the hospitals around the area to get to work there.
Yeah, that's why we took Ballast, because there's a bunch of hospitals right there. We figured that would be the best paved road, and it was.
Yeah, right.
Classic liberal wanting his handout and taking it in the form of a free ride to the office. That's from little Tommy Tribbins, who might be out in the parking lot on his tricycle despite the conditions. Is the parking lot cleared of snow, Jackson?
No, but it's better than the roads, I would say. But no, parking lots are not great. Yeah, it's the problem is like the snow banks. Like the snow has to go somewhere, so like all the exits on the highway are kind of blocked off by snowbanks. So you got to hit them with some speed. Otherwise, you're going to be in real bad shape. I would suggest staying home unless you absolutely need to get in your vehicle. I would suggest just hanging out at home. It's probably a better move.
And watching this program on YouTube, which many friends are doing today, despite it being a day where most people, I would imagine, will not be working. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Our studio cameras brought to you by the Air Alliance team. You are welcome to text in, as many friends of the Feather are doing, 314-399-9646, and call in to the program, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Although I don't know how we would answer it, since that's not Chairman Kurt there. He's trapped in an alleyway in South City. That is Jackson's pillowcase over the chair. Jackson, can people actually call in the Collier and Thompson? I mean, Chris Kerber's going to. Gabe DeArmond's going to.
Yeah.
Stephen Wildwood's going to. But how are they going to be able to get on? You're just going to have to be staring at the bank of phones?
Yeah, there's like a red light thing that'll start flaring if someone calls in. I'll be able to answer. I'll just turn my mic off. It'll be that's a fine alternative, so people can call in.
All right, fair enough. 374, is it 314-374-0100? I'm doing this from memory. Usually I'm looking at that board in the studio.
314-974-0101.
974. Yeah. Damn it, Doug. I'm sorry. Jamie Burkhardt of Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, just texted my phone, and he said, ask him what his dad drives. Toyota Highlander.
Yep.
Is that correct? You said that earlier, right?
Yep. Toyota Highlander cruised right through that snow.
Is that right? No issues at all?
No, we never got stalled out. No, not. It has like one of those snow setting things, and you just cruise, baby. It was great.
How about that? That's Munganess, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. 100 West Dental, just like Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, loyal TMA sponsor. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. And here's the deal. In the new year, make sure you get checked up at your dentist. It's just so important to do. And if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. They have a membership discount plan at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the costs of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. That's $1,000 off Invisalign. Go to 100westdental.com, and when you talk to them, let them know you're a TMA listener, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign. 636-585-0100, or just go to 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and you can book right then and there. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his great staff at 100 West Dental. Jackson, the captain's log, if you would, please.
Sure. Chris Kerber will be joining this program at 8:15 to talk it over.
Yeah, that was a tough one on Saturday. That was Doug, we said we needed 3 points, and we only got 2 at the weekend.
Got 2.
Blue Jacket bunch.
Yeah, and then Gabe DeArmond will be joining us at 9 o'clock, talking about CFP, talking about transfer portal, and, of course, talking about Missouri's valiant effort down on the plains in the jungle against Auburn.
Was that a valiant effort?
They are seriously one of the best teams I've ever seen play college basketball. They are sick.
Wow,
they are sick.
Take Smithy.
They are. I know, but they are like truly that good. Like I think they're the true #1 team. So it's a tough way to start.
They were an 18.5-point favorite, so Missouri covered.
Yeah,
a little backdoor covered.
Yeah, I think. 18.5. Celebrate that. That's a good celebration. So Gabe will be on with us at 9, and then hot takes just mixed in throughout. Left and right, and we'll keep everyone updated.
Boy, that's a great selling point. That'll keep everybody around for the next 4 hours.
That's part of the lineup. Hot takes scattered about.
Yeah. Well, it's the first full dais now in since the 20th of December.
Oh, I guess.
But if we're at our homes, does it count?
I'll count it. I don't care.
You're going to count it. I mean, that's a shot at Chairman Kurt, by the way, because he's not there.
Yeah, he's here in spirit, though.
with that pillowcase.
It's right.
All right. There is some news regarding the Nolan Arenado situation, and this kind of caught me off guard, and I will have that for you when we come back from a break. The program is called The Morning After. It is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. We're remote. Jackson Burkett is in the studios, courtesy of his father, Popmeister.
There you go.
DBA Popmeister, Jeff Burkett. Thank you. And we are in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Nolan Arenado news coming up. This is 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
The Blues play on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tomorrow night, Blues and Wild. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7.
The wait is over!
The quest for the Stanley Cup happens here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
Come and see why T.R. Hughes is St. Charles and now Warren County's premier home builder. trhughes.com.
Oh, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi.
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you've been injured in a truck accident, you need the best. Onder Law, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis. Our attorneys will hold truck drivers and owners accountable. We stand up to big trucking companies to get you the compensation you deserve. Let us make your case our cause. Truck accident? Call Onder Law today for a free review. 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9 all zeros.
Jamie Rivers back with you here with another jersey giveaway. This one is awesome. Jordan Kyrou signed jersey, the home blue, and it's a ladies cut. Nice, sleek, sharp. One you're going to love for your collection, and all you have to do is go to 101ESPN.com or visit 101ESPN, the mobile app. Register now to win that one-of-a-kind signed Jordan Kyrou female jersey.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Seems Tim has disappeared.
Think he's been kidnapped?
No, probably just.
Oh, no. What's happened to Tim?
It's like a connection issue, I assume.
Oh, okay.
You would think we were launching a NASA shuttle with all the pre-planning and work that went into it. Simply, we're clicking on a desktop trying to go live on the radio. And I got up at 5 a.m. just to make sure I was fully prepared for this show. Looked up all these stats and then realized in the first segment this show is nothing but nonsense, Doug. Why did I prepare?
I don't know. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. You wasted a lot of time. It does seem like we've been doing these kind of Zoom interviews and things for many years, and yet it's still kind of a struggle, isn't it?
This is a different.
Welcome
setup.
back, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome back to the show. The only reason I knew I was disconnected is because I heard Martin go, "He's been kidnapped," and I was like, oh, by deductive reasoning, that must be me because I have on my television our YouTube broadcast, but I don't have the chat up. I want to be able to see the chat, so I have to flip. Doug, I have to toggle Windows on my laptop to see the YouTube chat because I see the delectable Danny Pintaro is in there talking to Tiny PP, DJ Patty Cakes, Happy Birthday, Maverick John Scores, and Too Fat to Kayak. And when they talk, we listen.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
so I'm in there. It is TMA. We are remote because of the conditions. So I guess the conditions are actually worse than I thought based on Jackson's travels in this morning, and Chairman Kurt, who was planning on picking you up, at like 4:30 in the morning or something, and then he gets stuck in his alley?
Yeah, he was going to make the trek. He'd probably get there around 4:45, taking it real slow, but yeah, he hit some trouble, so. It was tough.
God bless. Munganass sponsored the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jamie Burkhardt listening to the program, and it was Jamie Burkhardt and the Munganass Burkhardt Alton Toyota folks who saved the day, really, because Jackson's father is driving a Toyota Highlander from Munganass, St. Louis Acura, Munganass Burkhardt Alton Toyota. I am driving a car from there as well. So is my sister now. So is my mother-in-law now. Doug, you are. It's Munganass, St. Louis Acura, Munganass Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. You can go shopping right now by going online. Any questions you may have, the accessibility that they give to our audience is truly second to none. They set up a number specifically for TMA listeners to call or text and talk directly with the people in charge. And that number is as follows, 314-252-0029, 314-252-0029. And I read, while it remains unclear whether or not the Red Sox are strongly interested in acquiring Cardinals star third baseman Nolan Arenado, if they do mount a pursuit of the 8-time All-Star, he will not stand in the way. Boston is a preferred destination, if not the preferred destination for Nolan Arenado, a hot trade candidate who has a full no-trade clause, industry sources said on Sunday. The 33-year-old has already invoked that clause to control his future once, blocking a trade to Houston in late December. If the Red Sox and Cardinals were to match up on value, there would be no hesitation on Arenado's end to accept the deal. So this comes from MassLive.com and their sources that Nolan Arenado's preferred destination is to go play in Boston. Does that surprise you, gentlemen?
I'd say no. I know he wants to be with a contender, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if both Arenado and Goldschmidt playing in Boston and New York, if Boston is where he lands, would be better. Maybe pick it up a little in the next year or two from what they had here. I'm sure they were a little bit down with the Cardinals out of the race here the last couple of years. I could see where if they get surrounded by better lineups and more hitter-friendly parks, that both of them could be considerably better than they were here the last couple of years. Everybody else is better when they leave here. I don't know why they wouldn't be.
Tim, I would question the preferred landing spot. I would say that was always the Dodgers for Arenado. I would say
agreed.
Number one until it didn't materialize. He's updated his list for the Cardinals now, and it's called Anywhere But Here. So I think that if I'm Arenado, and maybe the options are becoming a little limited at this point in the offseason, Boston's probably the best option available right now. I think that's how I would phrase it. He could probably be a doubles machine off the Green Monster, and maybe then he'll be upset because the wall's too high. But it's going to be closer, unlike Busch Stadium. But this thing has to get done. I mean, this is getting to a point where you're almost got the Torrey Krug thing going on where, hey, we don't really want you here, but you're still here. What do we do? I think the Cardinals have got to find a way to get it done, and Boston for Arenado would be a good fit.
Per MassLive.com, Arenado is an imperfect fit for the Red Sox, who have star third baseman Rafael Devers entrenched at the position, and so far this offseason, team officials have adamantly stated that Devers remains the club's third baseman for the foreseeable future. Quietly, though, there's been a desire all winter to pursue potential infield changes as the Red Sox have explored the markets for both Arenado and top free agent Alex Bregman. While Bregman would likely shift to second base should a Red Sox match materialize, Arenado would almost certainly not move off the position. That means the Sox may move Devers to first base. So that is what they are saying in Boston. The big question from the Cardinals standpoint not only is who they do business with, but how much of the $74 million remaining on the contract, whoever their trade partner would be willing to pick up. And since the Cardinals' leverage looks like it continues to dissipate with each passing day, I would imagine the Cardinals are going to be on the hook for quite a bit of this if somebody is to go and do business with them on Arenado.
They probably care more about how much money they can unload rather than the player they get in return, I would think, at this point, because you're not going to get a player anywhere close to Arenado's ability to come back this direction. So I would think that the key for the Cardinals is unload as much as that as they can. it's hard to say what that figure might be. That's probably what they've been talking about the last few days and weeks.
It's hard to imagine Devers with his production, though, not having first say here. I mean, he's an established Red Sox player, puts up good numbers. He's not a Gold Glove caliber like Arenado, but isn't that? I guess you go to him first. Again, an established star in that market, and you say, "Are you okay with this?" Before you give his job away, because he's one of their biggest, their biggest stars. I would think Devers would have to sign off. Granted, the team can do whatever they want, but I'm guessing at this point they also need him to say, sure, I'll go to first. Because if you get Arenado, I never understood the idea that he would play first. That's just silly.
Right.
So, I mean, it must be that Devers is okay with it. But if not Boston, then where? It just feels like the options are becoming really limited, and you have to have a team wanting Arenado in order for them to cough up the money. If you're kind of twisting their arm to take a guy, they're not going to cough up a bunch of money. So you really need a team that's interested in his services.
Are you hearing anything regarding any other teams, Martin? I mean, it was the Astros, and then he rejected that, and now, I mean, here we are, and they're 5 weeks away from showing up at spring training, and he's still a member of the roster. And I gather, even though I don't think that the Cardinals are going to be active buying-wise this offseason, they truly haven't done anything this offseason. And I would imagine the domino that needs to fall is the Arenado domino before they tend to anything else, because if they're not going to be able to find a trade partner, then they're most likely going to try to offload salary from other places on the roster.
Yeah, I have not heard, other than they felt confident they would find a trade partner and that the trade partner would be willing to take on the bulk of the salary, which surprised me. And
Really?
here we are in January, and it still hasn't happened. I think that was their kind of off-season goal. They thought it was doable, but it's a really strange situation. What did Joe say? They're sitting this one out. This offseason,
sitting this one out.
Nothing other than trying to trade one of your superstar players. That's the only focus so far this offseason.
Don't forget about them wanting to improve the minor league level. The Class A team should be better this year.
Nice.
That's right. Get those tickets now.
Get those minor league teams playing better.
So this report again, masslive.com is where the report is coming from, that it was posted late last night, that the Red Sox are a preferred destination in the Nolan Arenado trade talks. So will we see Nolan Arenado go to New England here over the next handful of days? And would that lead to other moves for the Cardinals? Keep an eye on the Boston Red Sox kind of coming out of nowhere on this one. And then how much would they take on if that deal is to get done? Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, remote today with the weather conditions. Jackson Burkett is at the world headquarters. That's a sharp hoodie you're wearing. I can see that on the YouTube, Jack. That's a sharp hoodie. I like. Is that black or is that navy? Doug, you think that's black or you think that's navy?
It looks black to me.
It's black. I'm about to peel it off. It's a little warm in the studio.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah, I think for every hot take given today, I'm going to strip off one piece of clothing.
Oh,
so,
Jack.
I'm encouraging takes.
Has there been a hot take yet?
Yeah. Can't remember what it was, but boy, it was scalding. So I'm going to take off this hoodie here because my underarms.
My underarms.
Are we going to watch you take it off? Or
I think that's the right. I think that's the right thing to do.
I'm going to take it off at the break. You're going to have to, tip me on Venmo, and I'll do it on cam.
Oh,
I don't mind that. I respect that. I respect an entrepreneur. That's right. Speaking of entrepreneurial spirit, TMASTLshop.com is where you can get my wares. Let me see. My camera's
looking good.
Off. Yeah, you get that TMASTLshop.com. Chairman Kurt and Mike Flanagan and Billy Bixon crafting wares with TMA merch, hoodies, quarter zips, hats, stocking hats. It's all there for you. TMASTLshop.com and many T-shirts as well. TMASTLshop.com is where you can get this quarter zip that I am sporting here this morning on the program. Chris Kerber is going to be with us in the 8 o'clock hour on the Blues. I really sensed disappointment in his voice. I was listening to Curbside. Martin, did you listen to Curbside yet? I know you're a regular listener as well.
I didn't get the Columbus version yet. Like this show, I'm about 3 seasons behind. That one, I'm 1 episode behind.
You're 1 episode behind. I mean, after how great it was on Friday, Saad with the hat trick, Doug Binnington with the shutout. Do you feel like you've motivated Binnington?
I think a little
fire in his belly now, probably.
Yeah. Martin, while you were vacationing in the Hamptons, Doug called for more Joel Hofer starts. Curbs was not happy with Doug for that take.
He's a stick, huh?
As soon as I said that, Bennington gets a shutout and Hofer lets in 5. But Hofer did face 38 shots, and one of the goals was an accidental ricochet off of a Pareko stick, and one of the goals was an empty netter. He faced, a barrage of shots, so he wasn't really bad.
Doug is dug in on this, Tim. He's got nowhere to go. Well, yeah, my guy gave goals, but there was some bad puck luck. That's it.
Shut up, ravioli head.
Okay, knock it off.
Doug. Now, despite this, a clip from an incredibly popular hockey podcast raving about the Blues. Now, this was before the Ottawa game and the Columbus game, but you'll want to hear this. This certainly has some Blues fans who are aware of it buzzing, and I think if they would have been able to complete the comeback in Columbus, even more so. But we'll have that for you on the other side of the commercial break. The Colonel's going to be with us. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in. Maybe you're at home today and thinking, you know what, I'm going to see if I can compete with the greats. Well, if you do, you're going up against Buck Swope, the 2024 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, and Misty Plops. I mean, that's two of the all-time greats with wins so far in the month of January. See if you can hang the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Plus, friend of the show, Nikki Glazer, last night, hosting the Golden Globes. I'm anxious to get our official cinephile Jackson's perspective on the festivities, plus some audio from Nikki Glazer's performance last night. That's all coming your way here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown & Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
This is Ron from Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, and as the Wizard of Comfort, I'm going to pass some magical savings on to you. Ameren rebates have ended, but Swiss Air will honor this rebate through the end of January. If your heating and cooling system is over 8 years old, invest in a new one. Swiss Air will give you $2,000 in instant Swiss Air rebate and 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's a $2,000 rebate, 0% financing, and 12-year parts and labor warranty. Online at SwissAirSTL.com.
Martin Kilcoyne for my friends at AutoLoanPro.com. If you're in the market for a vehicle, but you're not sure because of your situation what car you can afford, this is the perfect site for you because they have an entire playbook dedicated to explaining how credit works, how you can improve your credit score, and maybe get a different car in the future. You walk through all of it by downloading the playbook at AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there, friend of the show, explaining not just how you can buy the car, but how your credit works. You'll learn all of that while also getting a great car. It's AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Frank Lita family of cars.
New year, new tire deals at Tops. Get a $100 instant rebate when you buy 4 Pirelli tires, up to $80 back on 4 Goodyear tires, and $60 back on 4 Cooper tires. Click on GoToDobbs.com for Dobbs January tire deals today.
Sponsored by Northern Tool and Equipment.
Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Introducing the $5 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So, do you get a burger, fry, and hash brown in the AM? At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
We want to hear from you. Text us at 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line on 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in, the Jaguars have fired head coach Doug Peterson. Per sources to ESPN, Peterson went 22-29 in 3 seasons, including 18 losses in the past 23 games. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's the morning after. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. We are remote today with the weather conditions. Jackson Burkett, courtesy of his father, was able to make it into the studio to run the board. And from my standpoint, Jeff Burkett is the front runner for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Should he apply? I don't know if he will apply, but you can apply to compete with the greats at TMASTL.com. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. You're welcome to call into the program via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and you are always welcome to text into the program. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, and you can podcast and listen to this program via the TMASTL app anytime you want. Lots of listeners over the years go back and podcast throughout the day. And that podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. When the weather gets cold, that's when garage door springs snap, they break. And if you haven't had it happen before, you go, what in the world was that? I remember when it happened to me about 5-6 years ago. Didn't know who to call, didn't know where to go. Well, you go to SchaeferDoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com, and they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is 636-782-3608. If it happened over the weekend, they set aside Monday morning standby service for those doors that break on Saturday and Sunday to make sure they can get out there early in the morning on Monday to help you out. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Jason Gosrow's company, Schaefer Door, is experienced in these types of jobs. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. That's Schaefer Door, sponsor of the TMA STL app and podcast. With the Blues winning on Friday night and then losing, unfortunately, despite a valiant comeback effort in the third period. Unfortunately, as they hit the halfway part, they can't get the winning streak going. They just can't keep it going. And so through 41 games, they sit at 19-18-4 with 42 points. And as you've heard many say, that just isn't going to get it done to be hovering around one game over 500. Now, with that said, perhaps the most popular hockey podcast going, and maybe it's not even perhaps, is Spittin' Chiclets. And Biz Nasty from Spittin' Chiclets. And Jackson, you say he's the second most recognizable person in the world of hockey?
Yeah, and Cam kind of, he really started that, and I think he's right on.
Yeah, with the popularity of Spittin' Chiclets and his presence on TNT, the personality, kind of a Charles Barkley thing going on. He was talking about what he saw from the Blues at the Winter Classic on last week's Spittin' Chiclets. I believe this came out on Friday morning before the Blues just beat the hell out of the Senators on Friday night. And here's what he had to say about what he is seeing from the Blues.
Boys, do you get the feeling that the Blues, if they sneak in with a wild card, they could be a dark horse team? I'm starting to get feelings. I got like the butterflies in my stomach for this team. Like the fact that they make the Fowler move. I think that their back end has wily veterans. Broberg's a young guy who adds that, great two-way puck-moving defenseman. Bennington, when you're playing for keeps, the fucking snowman's going to show up. The guy's got ice in his veins. He's going to be going off to Four Nations. I think one of the issues has been goal scoring, but I think that they can find a way, especially later in the season where things get a little bit rougher and it's harder to score goals. Like that Jake Neighbors has no problem going to the blue paint. He's a complete throwback. We talked about Schenner. Kyrou Thomas is healthy after getting injured at the start of the year.
You left out my guy, and it really hurts. It's like a gut punch, but Holloway, he's got 14 goals, and everyone saw it in the playoffs for Edmonton, and I understand Edmonton's looking great, but God, that offer sheet, Doug Armstrong knew what he was doing. I think he saw enough with his speed, some of those skilled goals he had in the playoffs. Like, this guy's on pace for 30 goals now, and he's not making anything. So it's like that's an addition that Army knew. This guy's he's young, he could skate, and he's looked awesome.
That Spittin' Chiclets, Doug, they're getting butterflies in their stomach about the Blues. You called the Stanley Cup run in 2019. Your words are actually on the side of the Enterprise Center. If we can just get hot, we can win this baby. Do you have butterflies in that little cute tummy of yours as we're at the halfway point on these boys?
I can't say I have the butterflies yet. Maybe I'll get them. When I watch the Blues, they look great one night and not very good at all the next. So they're going to have to find some consistency and put together a streak. That right now they're only 2 points out of that last wild card spot, but Vancouver's got 3 games in hand. So they're on the fringes of the playoff race. They got I think a long way to go before you would consider them much of a threat in the playoffs. I think. Don't you guys feel otherwise?
It seems like the gang from Spittin' Chiclets spent some time with the Blues and being at the Winter Classic. I think they interviewed Cam Fowler as well. So maybe they were just kind of a little recency bias seeing them. The Blackhawks are terrible. That's a whole other story. But until you win, and you alluded to it, Tim, I mean, they're 0-7 now, trying to win a third straight game.
Yeah.
They've won 2 straight, 7 different times. That includes Drew Bannister and now Jim Montgomery. They just can't get that third one in a row. At some point, you probably got to rattle off 7 of 8 or 8 of 10, something like that, to kind of get yourself really in the thick of it. But the goal scoring is interesting because if you look, they're way down in terms of goals scored, but it's about 1 a game. And if you could just get a little bit of an uptick there, it's not dramatic. It's 1 goal a game, which I know they're not easy to come by. Didn't Robert Thomas scold me and say goals are tough? I think he scolded me. You may not have been there.
Goals are tough.
Scoring is tough, yes. But I think the making of the team has really changed with the Oilers players. But then this Cam Fowler, who, I mean, none of us were following his career closely in Anaheim. I think maybe Jackson was. But
yeah, I was locked in.
They've kind of quietly really improved the roster with these guys they've added and now bringing in Fowler. And so all of a sudden, I think they're better than we thought they were going to be going into this year, but they're still – I don't have the butterflies just yet.
The non-ling, he worked on TMA. He was part of Producer Joe's International Brotherhood of Nitwits, and he's a big hockey fan, and he texted me – and this is a wonderful reference. Pull up the John Lackey Cal May drop, Jackson, if you would, because he said, at the very least, things have changed, are changing more, and people are noticing. If I were still writing, as in covering the Blues, I'd be pretty close to writing a likely mea culpa piece about the Cam Fowler trade. Cam Fowler and the very much still alive spirit of Jay Bouwmeester skating around in that body out there. So the non-ling is drawing comparisons to Cam Fowler and Jay Bouwmeester, who certainly was, verbally criticized on a regular basis by fans right after being acquired from Calgary and for the ensuing years. And then as the Cup run began, his importance became crystal clear. And now Cam Fowler, and I think that might have confused some people at the time, but the way he has played, that is something that has certainly helped not only with his performance, but also reducing minutes for some guys who are just all over the place with regard to minutes, such as Suter with 30-plus minutes at times. Jackson, you don't happen to have that drop available, do you?
Matt, did you know in the top of the 4th that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick.
And you?
Well, I don't really know what to say about that one.
Cal.
Was that the right drop?
Of course it was.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah, Doug.
Is there a wrong Calvin drop? I really don't.
No, they all work. They're all so good. They never.
I mean, John Lackey's response to that, which he insists was not sarcastic, and I mean, God, I'm all in. I'm all in that it absolutely was. And then Matt Carpenter not really knowing what to say is just absolutely perfect. That came following Game 6 of the 2013 NLCS when the Cardinals went to the World Series for the last time, for the record. But the non-ling sees Jay Bouwmeester's body inside of Cam Fowler.
Michael, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
Okay. Can I interrupt just for a moment as we work off our home computers? I just got an emergency notification for a nice recipe for pork chops and apple stuffing.
Clip that off.
It came right across the screen and blocked out some of what we're doing.
Now we know what Doug's been Googling.
You guys like a pork chop? You guys into
I don't
pork
mind
chops?
a pork chop. I prefer a pork steak.
Agreed. Agreed.
Well, Doug, why don't you put something on the kettle and the grill and the oven, and we'll all come over a little later for a meeting.
No, I got this new recipe. I might just do that. If you can get here. I don't know if you can get here.
Wedding Tackle wants to know if Doug can give us a tour of his house, especially the guest bathroom, so we can see the turlet tank where we hypothetically will be eating a midnight snack. That's from the Wedding Tackle. Yeah, Deke Dotem likes to sit reverse cowgirl on a toilet and then eat off the tank lid. So that'd be fun if you could show us that, Doug. Can you do that right now?
No, this is a big desktop. I can't carry it around with me. I cannot do that. That's a no-go. It's a no-go.
Thank you.
That's a miss.
Thank you for the delicious fries.
Now we've been knocked off track.
I disagree.
We had a serious blues discussion.
This is all in the
and now
dossier.
We've been knocked off track.
Who would have thought that the Ledoux boy would be the only one to make it into the studio this morning? Good on him. That's from Jeff R. Doug, I need to set the record straight. I did it earlier on in the program, but we were instructed by the president of the market to do the program from home. That's what we were instructed to do.
Yeah.
But Jackson's game ball, not only, I think you want to share the game ball with your father, don't you?
He gets the game ball. I mean, How
about that?
I literally don't get here. Like, there's no possible way my car would have made it, even out of like my area of where I live, let alone get to the station. So yeah, he's the reason we're on the air today.
How about that? How about that?
Nice going.
Yeah.
Jackie, if you call me at 4 a.m., I'll come pick you up, buddy.
Right, I appreciate that.
What was it like driving? I mean, Martin, you were driving last night because you did go into the Two Fox.
Yeah, I would say the roads, and they do tell you stay off the roads. Clearly, a sports on Sunday night is essential driving that needed to be done. I think the viewers more or less demanded it. But I would say the roads are pretty rough. You would just get the occasional, I think Jackson called it a snowbank. Yeah. I came back. I usually get on the highway, but I came down Lindbergh, and there would just be a 1-foot bank of snow just sitting in the middle of the road. You'd have to maneuver around. I have not ventured out today, but I would say roads were pretty rough, and I guess maybe they really were trying to figure out when was the storm going to end, and now they have all day today. If people do stay home, they kind of clear it out. You'll see like a parking lot that is just beautifully plowed and salted, and then I'm like, I'm riding on the road over here, and I'd rather be in that parking lot over there. I think the conditions driving-wise were pretty rough.
And I saw that it was supposed to be snowing right now. Again, I don't know what the situation is. I went upstairs during the commercial break to check it out. I didn't see it snowing, but so it was supposed to snow starting again in the 7 o'clock hour. And maybe that is why they have held off. Hopefully it gets tended to today and things can get relatively back to normal tomorrow on January 7th, and we can all be back in studio. Chris Kerber is going to join us via the phone lines. Phone lines are sponsored by Collier & Thompson. That's coming up at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond as well. And then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for you. Jackson, did you watch the Golden Globes?
Yeah. I was going back and forth between that and the Vikings and Lions game.
All right. Yeah.
Excuse me. And
Sports Sunday.
Charlie Marlowe on Sports Final.
Yeah, I had that on TiVo, so I could watch it in full. You know, that's my tradition. Usually on Sundays, I sit in a dark room, hands folded in front of me, and I watch the entirety of Sports Sunday. Closed captions on.
Boy, he keeps calling it Sports Sunday, Doug.
Sure did.
What is it? Was it Sports Final Plus?
Well, Sports Sunday is the right one.
Sports.
At least it used to be.
Sports Final, pal.
Sports Final. That's what I do.
Sports Final, pal.
I watch them all.
You know, the snow day, I think it was 10 years ago. Rich Gould and I were the only two who made it in. And he goes, pal, I'm just going to find some crap to put on the air. And I said, as opposed to, anyway. So he digs around, and I'm watching his show, and it's an interview of Maurice Drummond interviewing Davis Payne. Now, keep in mind, Maurice Drummond had left the station for Channel 4 like 2 years earlier, and Davis Payne had been fired like a year earlier. It had zero relevance at all, but I was kind of entertained by the choice.
I can't believe that Rich came in. I have to be honest with you. That's an unlikely parlay.
Knowing Rich, well, my family was home. It was better than hanging out with you.
Let me tell you something, boys. When the 7-year-old and the 2-year-old get up, all hell is going to break loose. Right now, my 2-year-old is in a high school girlfriend stalker mode with me, and it's a wonderful time. I would imagine many parents have experienced this when there's an attachment thing, and I don't know if it's going to be possible for him to stay upstairs the entirety of the time. So there might be an attack at some point from the 2-year-old. You might see the 7-year-old chasing him around, and that'll provide entertainment. So if you want to see all hell break loose in my home, we're right around the witching hour where I'm going to start hearing it upstairs. YouTube.com/TMASTL, and you can join 252 other friends of the Feather, many of whom I would imagine are working from home today on YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's Adam Welly, Doug, and he's talking about taking an upper decker at your home. In YouTube chat. Yeah. And he's talking it over with Professor Roy Hinckley, who, if I'm not mistaken, was a teacher at the Plowhawk School.
Yeah, I think he was like teacher, right? Barber, and mayor somehow.
that was the professor in Gilligan's Island.
Is that what it was?
But Plowsy has something like that, where like he's grew up in like Mayberry, where everyone does one job.
All right, Jackson, the owner of goodorbad.com, will give us his review of Nikki Glazer's performance. Friend of the show, as we grabbed her out of the hallway one day on TMA and essentially pulled her into the studio. But she did, Martin, make her debut on The Morning Grind in 2004. Do you remember that?
Was she at a sorority house?
No, she was actually an aspiring comic, and there's a backstory there. And then last night, she's hosting the Golden Globes. Some audio from that. Chris Kerber coming up. All this coming up on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Watch it on YouTube.com/TMASTL. Stream it on 101 ESPN.
Tune in this Friday from 11 to 2 as BK and Ferrario broadcast live from the E&B Granite Studios at the Centene Community Ice Center. E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
Get in your comfort zone with HVAC and installation services with Air Comfort Service. Visit aircomfortservice.com.
Hey, can we talk? It's a new year and I need to move on. We had a great run, but you're old now. So I'm trading you in at number 1, Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgerton.
It's actually Bridgeton, and all you need is $29 down. $29.
Every vehicle?
Yes, plus get 0.99% financing for 60 months.
Ooh, that Mitsubishi Outlander is hot. But what if I'm not good enough for financing?
Got a job?
Yes.
Got $29?
I do.
Then let's get you a new car. Acres of new Mitsubishis with 0.99% financing, plus acres of pre-owned.
All just $29 down.
$29 at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgerton.
Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com. #1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Kevin Moret for Mentality. Guys, carrying extra belly fat can make you feel frustrated and self-conscious. And let's face it, it changes how others see you. Most new Mentality clients start at only 1/3 of the free testosterone they need, which makes losing that stubborn fat a real struggle. Our doctors specialize in restoring free testosterone and combining it with semaglutide, which targets fat while keeping your muscle. Feel confident in your look again. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio for a New Year offer and get started today. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hi, it's Bernie Federico. As someone who's seen a lot of hockey, I can tell you everyone loves a hat trick. 3 really is better than 1. That's why my friends at First Community are scoring big with a hat trick of their own. 3 new branches to better serve their members. In O'Fallon, Missouri, you'll find the new branch at Caledonia Parkway, just off Interstate 64 at the Winghaven exit. Over in North County, check out the new Florissant branch on Howdershell Road. And coming next spring, South County gets a new location in Sunset Hills on South Lindbergh at West Watson Road. All 3 branches are full service, complete with drive-thrus and 24-hour ATMs, adding to the 40-plus locations already serving their 400,000 members. Did you know First Community is the largest credit union in St. Louis? And just like the Blues, St. Louis has always been their home. That says loyalty and stability, and I like that. For hours and locations, visit firstcommunity.com or stop by and tell them Bernie sent you.
Must qualify for membership. $1 share account required. Federally insured by NCUA.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues defenseman Justin Falk.
Falk shoots it. He scores!
Get entered to win that Justin Falk signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by the Schaefer Door Company.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. This is The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and youtube.com/TMASTL. Get in that YouTube chat. Plenty of people hanging out, working from home, I would imagine, if you are in the St. Louis metropolitan area today. youtube.com/TMASTL. Tiny PP in there, Doug, and I know he's one of your favorites. Talking it over with coaches John and Dean Ellis and DJ Patty Cakes and Stephen Mack. And is it Ted Gahn or Ted Gann?
I don't know the man. I don't know.
Ted Gahn. Martin, Minute Bowl eligible is a former writer at the Post-Dispatch. And I don't know if you remember it. It's been more than 20 years now. But when the Morning Grind debuted, he did a story on our segment Hoosiers and Hummers. Do you remember that?
I do. I remember the segment, and I remember the article, yes.
That's right. So he just texted in, when at the Post-Dispatch, I wrote an article in 2003 on comedy classes at the Funny Bone, and one of the aspiring comics I interviewed was a teenager by the name of Nikki Glazer, who had yet to make her on-stage debut. You could tell even then she was going to do quite well. In 2004... and I think she was 18. She was in studio with us at KFNS on the Morning Grind. Do you remember that, Martin?
I do not.
Wow. And then I think she was back. Was she back in studio, Jackson? I know you weren't on the show. You were 12. But in 2010?
Yes.
Because that plays on the TMA Best. She was in studio?
Yes.
I don't remember that at all. But she was back in studio in 2010, and then in our first year at Hubbard in 2022, she was on the Courtney Show, 106.5 The Arch, where she was a regular, and her longtime boyfriend, who also played a role in helping her write the monologue last night on the Golden Globes, Chris Convey, worked on the show. Tim Convey's on the show, and we saw her in the studio, and Iggy was on a mission to have her on the program. He had been DMing her, didn't get any responses from her, but we were able to drag her into the studio, and she reluctantly participated for, what would you say, Jackson, 4 or 5 minutes?
Give or take. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So last night, after appearing on 105.7 HD2, the Golden Globes took notice and said, you know what, she's ready to follow in the footsteps of Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, and Ricky Gervais and host the Golden Globes. Jackson, do you have any audio by chance?
Yeah, here's kind of a supercut of some of her monologue.
Supercut.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, some of you may know me as a stand-up comedian and from my appearances on Roast, but I am not here to roast you tonight. I want you to know that. And
how could I, really? You're all so famous, so talented, so powerful. I mean, you could really do anything. I mean, except tell the country who to vote for. But it's okay. You'll get them next time, if there is one. I'm scared. Ariana, hold my finger. Actually, your name sounds like something Adam Sandler would say. No, Salome. Timothy and Salome. Oh, yes, Timothy Salome. I think Sandler's here. Sandler, can I get a Salome? Hey, Salome. Oh, Salome. A good Salome to you, sir.
There you go.
Doug, that was a super cut.
What made that a super cut and not just a clip?
Because it was multiple different clips super smashed into one.
Okay.
I felt pretty super to me. I don't know about you.
All right. Yeah. I thought she did a really good job last night. I can't imagine how nervous someone must be. She didn't look the least bit nervous, but to be there live, a lot of it's ad lib. You're around some of the biggest people in the entire industry, some legendary people like that. And to stand there and try to make them laugh and pull that off for 4 hours, it's got to be a very difficult thing to do. But I thought she was terrific.
Kind of on par with the TMA appearance. It may have been the same kind of nerves.
I agree with you on that. If you can stand in front of me, Doug, Iggy, and the Plowhawk, Jackson was relegated to another room during that time period.
Yep.
And you can perform in front of us. That's like being in front of Clooney and.
Good training ground for sure.
Amen. Yeah, I was watching and I was like pulling for her, because if you can do that, that's at this point. I think that's kind of the top awards hosting gig. As weird as it might sound, not the Oscars. I think that's it, because that one you can kind of be a little more free and go after people more so than the Oscars. I think. Jackson, would you agree with that? I mean, I know you own goodorbad.com, so you can really comment on this from a place of expertise.
Yeah, the Golden Globes is much more of a party. People are just kind of hanging out, and so you do get a little bit more reign to, kind of do your thing. It also includes both film and TV, so you're probably gaining a wider audience. It's the most prestigious job in award show hosting. I think at this current moment, I think the Oscars might be actually more prestigious, but the better job is Golden Globes.
Did she get this gig without the Tom Brady roast? I mean, it seemed like
no way. That was it. That was the moment.
Yeah,
everything's her, right?
Yeah, that catapulted her into the popular culture zeitgeist.
Doug, you have a problem with Jackson? I had a feeling you wouldn't.
Don't say zeitgeist. We don't need that in here.
I think a lot of people out there last night were like typing in Nikki Glaser, finding out about her for the first time. But I think if they weren't, they knew her from the Tom Brady roast. If not that, obviously doing comedy for as long as she has. But I think she was introduced to a bunch of people last night, and what a great way to be introduced, because she killed it.
So your review is good for Nikki Glaser. I mean, that's kind of the review that matters in Hollywood.
Really
that's like the trades in the 1990s.
Yeah, it's like when Ebert finally gives you thumb up.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. This is. I thought she was really good. I think it's a tough job, because you kind of want to roast everybody a little bit while also still kind of pumping it up. And I thought she did a really good job of balancing that. Yeah, I thought it was great.
I'm scanning the reviews, and she's getting positive reviews all over the place.
Yeah, that seemed to be the consensus was that she did a really, really, really good job. And I agreed. I saw it from the get-go.
I thought she actually should have been on more, because they had a lot of times they had presenters come out and do a couple minutes trying desperately to be funny, and a lot of those fell flat. I would like to have seen her even more than we did.
Jackson, I didn't even stick around because I was watching Sports Final, Martin, for the awards. Anything stand out? I mean, they were listing off films, and I got to be honest with you, I wasn't familiar with the vast majority of them.
Sure. Golden Globes are kind of goofy. Like, they're not awards they necessarily look for as indicators. There are some indicators. I was really happy to see Demi Moore win for The Substance. That's really cool. I was happy that Wicked didn't sweep. I was really concerned that was going to be going on.
Doug, were you concerned that Wicked would sweep?
Highly concerned.
I'm really concerned it's going to win Best Picture, and then that's when I bury myself. But seeing there's some really, really great winners last night. Adrian Brody, Kieran Culkin, Zoe Saldana had a great speech. Brutalist. It has not shown in St. Louis yet. Can't wait to see it because that's likely going to be Best Picture, and it certainly won Best Drama last night. So can't wait to see that. That's what Adrian Brody also won for.
Jackson, if Wicked wins, we run out on the patio and scream?
Yeah, it's just part one of a musical adaptation. Should not be winning Best Picture. It made $1 billion. That should be its prize, like make your money, but it shouldn't win an award. I wish Chalamet would have won for Bob Dylan movie, but I hear Adrian Brody is outstanding in The Brutalist. It hasn't shown yet in St. Louis.
I know I'm really getting old when I watch these shows, and most of the people I've never heard of. I keep saying, where's Jonathan Winters? Is he really going to win anything tonight?
Former member of the St. Louis Rams board, Jonathan Winters.
Milton Berle.
They were nowhere to be found. Just a bunch of people whose names I've never heard before.
Well, what about the Jawline King, as Jackson calls him?
Chalamet. You know him.
I saw him. Yeah, I only heard of him like in the last month or so. That's how out of touch I am.
Yeah, it's because you've been, asleep at the switches. That's Timothy Chalamet, baby. That's the generation. That's the modern movie star incarnate right there. He's the one.
Okay. I know. A lot of movies come out, even the ones they showed last night. A lot of cartoons and superhero movies. It just doesn't do it for me. It just
superhero movies were not. There was no superhero movies that were being honored.
There was one. I've seen. I don't know who the actor is. Of course, it's coming out now. Captain America, maybe.
Oh yeah, well that's not nominated for anything.
Superhero. He was a presenter, and they interviewed him several times. I'm just saying, I don't care for the superhero.
Sebastian
movie.
Stan. He was nominated, and won. He won for A Different Man. Another film I did not see, unfortunately.
Are you asleep at the switches, Doug?
Yes, very much.
I know when
so.
Chalamet is. Yeah, Jesus.
I like that.
Get mad at me.
That Sandler joke is actually pretty. That's a pretty slick observation. Chalamet. That does sound like something Sandler would say.
Yeah, and they clearly mic'd him up for that moment.
John Lithgow's Harry Henderson not happy. I remember being young enough and naive enough to think these dumbass award shows actually mattered. Grow up, pal. This is all BS. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
Everything's BS until you assign value to it.
Think about that, Doug.
Some of the people did get up there, and with their acceptance speech, you would have thought they were just nominated for like a Nobel Peace Prize or something. They went on and on about their whole life and how these parents were so important for them into making this moment possible. You were in a movie, okay? People like the movie. That's all there was to it.
Jackson,
I think they go overboard sometimes with how dramatic they are. I guess we should expect a bunch of actors to be overly dramatic, but boy, they really lay it on thick.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that entirely. But I there's what's the line? Is it like everyone has to be Joe Pesci and say thank you for this and I appreciate it and walk off? People are getting their opportunity to talk and they're going to take it.
Okay, there could be a happy medium. They could be a little more humble, I think, some of them.
I think usually they're speeches of massive gratitude. By and large, I think usually people are being very gracious.
Yeah. I just think that they believe we want to know their entire life story and how they came from nothing to win this great award. Okay, it's great. It's nice. You're in a movie. It's going to make you a lot of money. Okay, fine.
We got breaking news here. Jackson, you had reported about a month and a half ago that Brian Daboll was fired by the New York Giants. We always were planning on being able to say that 101 ESPN had it first, and we were hoping WFAN in New York City would credit us for that. This is not going to play well. Can't wait to hear Francesa today. Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen will continue in their respective roles with the organization. Neither one are getting fired. That is all hell's going to break loose in New York City over that.
So here's my official retraction.
Okay.
About 6 weeks ago, I reported that both the GM and the head coach of the New York Football Giants were fired. That was untrue, and now we have just found out that they are in for the long haul, at least for the next season. After a what would some would say was an inspiring end of the season.
That was inspiring, no question about it.
They were 3-14.
Yeah, but
how
Drew Lock.
inspiring was that?
Yeah, but Drew Lock. That's exactly right.
Drew Lock.
I have to tell you, I'm legitimately stunned by that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Don't you think all hell's going to break loose in New York over them keeping both of them?
100%. 100%. Hey, what more they need to see? Like, what did they see that was like, these guys are getting it right?
Holy crap.
Especially the GM. The GM paid Daniel Jones $35 million a year, and then they cut him. Then
the Saquon Barkley thing was another.
That too.
I got to tell you, I'm a little taken aback by that. So there is that news just moments ago. I mean, seconds ago, the Giants announcing they will continue in their respective roles with the organization. That is a stunning one. I would have lost some money on that one. All right, Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up in a matter of moments on the Blues weekend. And the organization, they were going to fly back from Columbus, but because of the storm, they went right from Columbus to Minneapolis, St. Paul, where they will take on the Wild tomorrow night. Chris Kerber giving us his thoughts next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And you can watch us on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL.
You can now listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up on all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. 101 ESPN podcasts are presented by the Schaefer Door Company.
Cardinal Hall of Famer Jason Isringhausen and Eddie Scholler from the world-famous Fast Eddie's Bon Air.
Hey, Izzy, what's going on, man? How were your holidays?
Well, Eddie boy, they were pretty good. I got to spend time with family and friends. Had a full house of people.
Oh, they are the best. But I'm ready to be at Fast Eddie's with a crowd full of people that I don't really know.
I love sitting back with that cold frosty one, as Mr. Shen would say. Games on the TVs, eating my Big L Woods, my peel and eat shrimp, listening to live music, and watching all those people dance the night away. They ain't getting no better than that.
And the best kind of people are the people you don't know. You never know what's going to happen. The hours just fly by out there, man.
You're telling me. I've been out there all day. I absolutely love it. For lunch, I had my Big L Woods. For dinner, I had the hot chicks on the sticks. Definitely my favorite time of the year at Fast Eddie's, when it's cold outside and it's warm on a heated patio.
That's called patio time. And patio time flies by when you're having all that fun with all your people, partying with all those people they didn't know. But now they know, because now they all know the same thing. And they know the same place to be.
If you don't know, bring all those people that are 21 and in the mood to Fast Eddie's Bon Air over in Alton, Illinois.
Man, I don't know.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay, where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're talking everything St. Louis Blues as we head into the Blues booth on 101 ESPN. Presented by Boardwalk Hardwood Floors. Find your perfect new floor at boardwalkhardwood.com.
Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You can watch the show and interact in the chat at youtube.com/TMA. STL. It's our pleasure to welcome the Callier and Thompson phone lines for our 8:15 Blues guest every day here on the program, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. I was listening. I'm a Curbside podcast lemming, as I always talk about, and I was listening to the program this morning, as a matter of fact, before the show. And I could really sense the disappointment, maybe, I guess, combination of disappointment and the same theme we were talking about last Monday after the loss to the Sabres, the sense of another missed opportunity against one of the teams that you feel like the Blues got to capitalize against. And yes, it was a back-to-back, and they played such a great game on Friday against the Senators. But super frustrating to see them come out and fall behind like they did against Columbus and not be able to complete the comeback despite an inspired third period. Again, on a Monday morning, we're talking about a missed opportunity. What is your perspective, sir?
Well, you know, go back to a year ago, and remember everyone was talking about you missed the playoffs by 6 points, and you lose 5 of 6 points in games to the San Jose Sharks. Well, there were 2 other teams that really kind of had you in that same spot. You 0-2 last year against a struggling Columbus team, and Chicago beat you as well. And to me, if the Blues are going to get to that next point, Tim, those are the games that you got to have. And actually, that was the quote from Jim Montgomery pregame. He said that. He said, look, if we're going to be, you know, really pull ourselves into the playoff picture here, these are games we got to have. And I think that even though the Columbus Blue Jackets have been playing well on home ice, I mean, they've got 15 home wins. They're really solid and very good on home ice. It's still one of those games you're like, okay, if you're going to put a streak together, something like had you beaten Buffalo, you're talking about a 5-game win streak, maybe 6 or maybe even 3 or 4 again if you're talking about beating Columbus. And the real challenge for the Blues, they've yet to get to 3 games over 500 this season. They've yet to have a 3-game win streak. And even though they're 2 points out of a wild card spot, they've dropped to 7 points now behind Colorado and Dallas in the division. So there's all these opportunities that are there, and unfortunately, they've been good at times, and then some have slipped through, and that's going to make it tougher as you go through the second half.
Kerbs, we've talked before how the Blues have had a bad habit this year of giving up a goal right after they score one. It happened twice in the third period on Saturday where they scored, and then about 30 seconds later, Columbus comes back and scores. It's got to be frustrating. Has anybody figured out why that keeps happening?
Well, you know what? When Jim Montgomery, Doug first took over, that was happening a little bit. We asked him. He goes, "Yeah, it's a fair question." He goes, "It's a mindset how you want to attack." The challenge with that third period was both teams did it. Like there were 5 goals scored in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. There were 8 total goals scored in the third period. Defenses weren't very good. Goaltending for both teams wasn't very good. So it's hard to lump a period like that in with kind of the trends of the other stuff. You needed maybe a couple of big saves there in the third period to give yourself a chance. But as Tim was saying, you're chasing the game again. And just to be able to get back in, you're going to push more on offense. That's going to open up some things defensively and cause some rushes the other way. So that third period's a little hard one, the way as goofy as it went to really lump it in with all the other ones.
Kerbs, what have you heard from Cam Fowler about ultimately deciding to come here? We've read, it wasn't on his list of teams. What did they have to say to him to convince him? And what kind of player did you think we were getting? Is it the same as what you've seen, or any mild surprise at his immediate impact?
You know what, Martin? There's a few angles to look at on the Cam Fowler deal. One was this: the St. Louis Blues made the coaching change, which I think told you that their expectations of the season weren't being met. And obviously, a quality coach like Jim Montgomery available for a long-term, piece of this Blues future. And when talking to some other players, and some people around, when Doug Armstrong made that trade, one, it surprised a lot of guys, and 2, they're like, "Holy cow!" They really think that that it was like a vote of support for the team is really what it came down to, and so very uplifting in that sense. Obviously, he's been terrific. He had to waive his no-trade clause to come to St. Louis. St. Louis was not on his original list of 4 teams. He knew that Doug Armstrong had kicked the tires at acquiring him for a little while now. And he ended up talking to guys like Pat Maroon and finding out more from Justin Falk. He talked to some players that had played for Jim Montgomery that he knew and felt like if there was going to be a change, this might be the perfect one for him right now, and it's worth taking a chance. He heard great things about St. Louis. He heard great things about the fan base, the organization. And then after the trade was made, and he said, "Yep, that's fine," Jim Montgomery got on the phone and said, "Yeah, I want you to play tonight in Dallas." And these guys were already on the road. So he flew straight to Dallas. It was his wife that actually said, if everything goes right, your 1,000th game is going to be at Wrigley Field. And obviously it was. So it's one of those things where sometimes, players, they have some control of their destiny when they have these limited or modified no-trade clauses, and then how they manage it. But it doesn't mean that because a team isn't on that list that it's not a good fit or that they won't consider it. It just gives them a little more control over the decision-making process. And in this case, it played out really well for them.
Chris Kerber, our guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. I think had the Blues completed the comeback on Saturday night, there'd be a hell of a lot of buzz going into tomorrow night's game against Minnesota, and then some more opportunities before the schedule gets super difficult in the tail end of the month. But the boys on Spittin' Chiclets certainly were impressed by what they saw in Chicago, and Biz was talking about getting a little feeling that the Blues might have the makings of a team that can make a run. I know that gets tempered after a disappointment on Saturday night against Columbus. You've gotten to see so many teams over your tenure as Blues broadcaster, Curbs, and I'm not by any means going, hey, Cup, what do you think? But, you know, we're at the halfway point. How would you assess this team and compare and contrast to other teams that you have called and the potential for the team to make a run in the second half?
Listen, this has surprised me a little bit, if I'm being just bluntly honest with you guys. And what has surprised me is that there was a road trip before the coaching change. I was talking to somebody in hockey ops, and in the process of the conversation, they said, you know, we think we have a team that's capable of making the playoffs. And I kind of raised my eyebrow, and I went, really? And it's the first time I had heard it. Then later on, about another road trip later, that happened again with another member of the hockey ops department. And I kind of surprisingly, when they said, oh, we think we're a playoff team. And I said, are you serious? And I wasn't joking, but just when you looked at where we were and then you think of this transition period the Blues are in, and that's when I realized, geez, there could end up being a coaching change here, you know, because of apparently I had been underestimating, you know, maybe what the real expectations of this team were. So having said that, when you talk to players in the locker room, when you talk to the coaches, they believe that this is a playoff caliber team. The deep, very veteran aspect of the defense. They clearly have the goaltending to do it. They've got some offensive playmaking ability, and even Jim Montgomery told me the other day, it's like one of our challenges is we're getting guys squared away kind of on the defensive structure. Now we got to get them kind of going hard on the offensive side, but we have the ability to score some goals on this team. And when you hear all that stuff, and then, you know, the vibe of the players around them, this team has the ability to make the run. I think that's what made that Buffalo game or that Columbus game disappointing. And it's not expectations that watching the games and calling the games and reporting on the games are putting on them. It's not expectations that you guys, you know, are saying, hey, look, if you look on paper, this is that. These guys, it's expectations that they are putting on themselves from coaches and management and players. So, yeah, I'm excited about this second half to see exactly what this team can do, because, you know, what's been proven with Jim Montgomery is once the team kind of gets his messaging completely, they really seem to tear it up. So I'm excited to see what happens in the second half.
Yeah, it's clear they need improved goal scoring. They certainly got it from Saad on Friday night. He looked terrific, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, Brandon Saad's been – it's kind of weird to say this. I guess they say, well, he's been working hard to get there. Like every player is working hard, you know, and trying to do it. No one's just going through the motions. But for whatever reason, it just wasn't hitting for Brandon Saad. Now, the funny thing and the weird thing about his 7 goals is they've come in a total of 3 games. The last time Brandon Saad actually just had 1 goal in a game was about 42 games ago. You got to go back to April of last season. It's one of those just weird stats that's hard to fathom for a guy that's been a perennial 20-goal scorer. But Jim Montgomery said the way he's gone, he's earned that spot on that top line, and we'll see where he's at against the Minnesota Wild tomorrow night. But whether it be the goals they've gotten in the last couple of games from Braden Shen, what Brandon Saad did with his hat trick, there's more from Pavel Buchnevich, you know, from a goal scoring standpoint, and he's putting pressure on himself to get that. They really feel that there is a lot more to the offensive side of this team that's coming. And that balance will really help take some pressure off other guys if they can get other players, including guys even in the bottom six, chipping in a little more.
Kerbs, you're going to run out and do a little ice fishing up in Minnesota? You get a little downtime.
No, yeah, well, the team made a good decision not to go home to St. Louis after Columbus, which was the original plan, and fly up here to Minnesota. No, it's cold as hell up here, too. Now, it's just it's like 15 degrees, so I have no problem right now admitting that I'm perfectly fine staying inside and looking out the window going, dang, that's cold. So the team will practice today. Actually, they're going to practice today at a small rink that Justin Falk works out in during the off season and I guess played in growing up because some of the other rinks are full here in the Minnesota area. So we'll see that rink today in South St. Paul, Minnesota, and then they'll hit the ice tomorrow.
Blues and Wild tomorrow night, and they will try to bounce back after the loss in Columbus in the chaotic third period. Blues and Wild, you can catch that here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on TMA. Kerbs, we appreciate the time and the perspective as always. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, guys, have an awesome week. Be safe and cheers, everybody.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. I don't know how many people caught this, but there was a full-page ad taken out in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch yesterday as a thank you to fans. We'll tell you where that came from, who it was, and what it said. That's coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 1998, the Blues would take down the San Jose Sharks 5 goals on only 14 shots in the hockey game. Craig Conroy would score the first of the game 16 seconds in, his fourth of the season. Our guy, Jamie Rivers, would score his second goal of the season to start the second period with a slap shot. Craig Conroy picking up an assist. Then Jim Campbell would make it a 3-0 Blues lead. San Jose would get one back to start the third, but an Al McKernan slap shot and a Pavel Demitra wrist shot would finish off a 5-1 victory for St. Louis.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
TR Hughes Homes has great prices on beautiful new homes at 4 desirable locations. TRHughes.com.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here. Guys, I'm telling you, you can look outside your window. You know how cold it is. And you know what? If that furnace starts to sputter, if the heater isn't working right, we've got you covered. It's Classic Air Care. They've got a 24/7 hotline. They do have people out and about in the trucks, even despite the bad weather, to make sure that if you need their services, they are there for you. They are tied to the community, not only with charitable efforts, but to make sure that each and every one of you that needs work done at your house on your HVAC unit, they've got you covered. Now, they came out to my house. They took care of the unit. They made sure that it was ready to go for the winter, so I've got no worries. And here's why I also don't worry. If something does happen, it's a machine. It's going to break down at some point in time. I know I can call on them and rely on them to come in and take care of it. So can you. Classic Air Care, ClassicAirCare.com. It's really that simple. Call them. They'll come in. They'll get it fixed, and they'll make your house working and warm again. They've been making people comfortable since 1926. Check them out online at ClassicAirCare.com.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight. Or stop smoking guaranteed. Early bird special only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late night eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Tuesday, January 28th at the Radisson Hotel Fairview Heights in Fairview Heights. And Wednesday, January 29th at the Aviator Hotel and Suites, South I-55 in St. Louis. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
We've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Monster Jam, returning for 2 huge shows next Saturday, January 18th and Sunday, January 19th at the Dome at America Center. Get ready to cheer, scream, and be amazed as massive Monster Jam trucks and world champion drivers take over St. Louis for a weekend packed with high-flying action and jaw-dropping stunts. Get all the info and enter to win that free 4-pack of tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jump in the YouTube chat and talk it over with many listeners. 283 people in there talking it over. Droid effects and did John Scores win the Milagro Tequila List of the Month in November, Doug?
Oh, heck, I don't know. I don't keep track of that stuff. I don't know.
That is accurate.
Thank you, Jackson. Okay. So, yeah, you get to talk with Milagro Tequila Listeners of the Month in there. And Tiny Pee-Pee's in there. That guy runs things. It's really a who's who in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Oh, now up to 293. Everybody's hovering there. And the tunneling gerbils now in there. So a lot of things going on. But did anybody know, truthfully, that Paul Goldschmidt took out a full-page ad in the Post-Dispatch yesterday?
I saw my dad sent me a picture.
I didn't see it in the paper. I saw it online somewhere. Someone had copied and pasted, I guess. So I did see it. Yeah.
Martin, did you see it?
No, but I think he's buying a live endorsement campaign on TMA to further that message. I believe. No, I did not. I saw that it happened, but I didn't see it.
I think at this point, so many people, if they do read the Post-Dispatch, they're reading it online, and so then you most likely wouldn't see it. I guess your father, who is the front runner right now, Jackson, for the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month in January 2025, Jeff Burkett, still gets the Post-Dispatch. I mean, your mom wrote for the Post-Dispatch, right? So
Yes. She actually talked about that, Hummers and Hoosiers. She was the one who edited that very fine piece of journalism. But yes, my parents still get the physical copy of the newspaper.
There you go. Paul Goldschmidt, full-page ad in the Post-Dispatch saying, "Thank you, Cards Nation. Thank you for accepting me as one of your own. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you for sticking with me through the ups and downs. Most importantly, thank you for the relationships and memories which will stick with me for a lifetime. It was an honor to wear the Cardinals uniform and do my best to carry on the tradition built by so many before me." Paul Goldschmidt in the Post-Dispatch yesterday.
Yeah, not a surprise. I mean, he was a true pro. I think I told you guys this. The last home game, we were all doing the, season-ending interviews and talked to him for a while. And a couple of us were standing there at the end. I said, "Hey, man, I appreciate." I mean, we kind of knew he was leaving.
Right.
I said, "I appreciate your cooperation," because he's one of those guys, especially after a bad playoff loss, he would just stand there and he knew, here it is. It's going to be painful. Let's just do it. And he said, he goes, "Man, I know I gave you guys a lot of boring answers. I'm sorry." And he said, I try to always be available, though, and I know it wasn't always that exciting for you guys because his sound bites weren't all that exciting. But that just tells you that he really understood part of the job was just to be a pro. And when he got traded here, I was doing those podcasts with La Russa, Tony Talk, in 2019. And La Russa said, he reminds me a lot of Albert, just in terms of how he goes about it every day. And, I mean, talk about the ultimate compliment, especially coming from La Russa, about a guy that he loves in Albert Pujols and just being a pro. And the thing about Goldschmidt, I didn't know he was that good defensively. I knew he was a big bat. Felt like he always homered against the Cardinals, but I'm sure he feels the way a lot of Cardinal fans do, that while they had him here and he won an MVP and he put up some big numbers, it just would have been nice if there was more of a signature October run for him while he was here.
Yeah, I hope people appreciate just how good he was here. And, as much as time flies, hard to believe he was here 6 years. It didn't seem like he was here that long to me. Maybe he did to everybody else. But he really did put up some great numbers. Terrific player, offensively, defensively, a lot of home runs, a lot of RBIs. He was really the heart and soul of the team there for half a decade or more. I just hope he does well with the Yankees. There isn't anybody that dislikes Paul Goldschmidt, I don't think. You mentioned he was quiet and kind of reserved and not a big personality, but everybody liked him and respected him very much.
I'm a little worried about who's playing first this year because Goldschmidt dug a lot of balls out of the dirt. I think the amount of team errors is going to go up for sure this year without him at first.
I think that if there was any semblance of excitement, anticipation, or expectation for the 2025 Cardinals, exactly what you just said there, Martin, would be getting a lot more attention. But since there are like 10 other things that Cardinal fans are understandably concerned about with where the organization is at this point, the fact that a guy who's been a catcher for the vast majority of his career up until coming to St. Louis and DHing and then having a weekend where we found out he was going to be an outfielder and then he never was, is going to be at first base, would be getting a lot more attention. But since the over-under for the win total for the Cardinals in 2025 is 76.5, and the fan base in St. Louis is perhaps even more down on the Cardinals than they are nationally, that I think Wilson Contreras being the first baseman isn't getting near the attention it would if the Cardinals were expected to be a great team. Do you think that that's one of the reasons why we're not hearing much about that?
Yeah, I guess Contreras will play there primarily. I guess Burleson could. We wondered if Walker would, but you're right. There's so much, I guess, just overall negativity / apathy. Is it sort of this combination of the two that we're not even going around and breaking down, hey, who's going to bat first? Who's going to bat second? Who's going to bat third? How many shows would you do in St. Louis sports radio in the middle of January? You would spend a good hour talking about the lineup. And right now, if we did, nobody would give a rip.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well, they're not that great right now.
That's what Michelle Smallman said. She goes, God, when during a commercial break, she was in last week, Martin, she was doing her show from down the hallway while in St. Louis. And she goes, God, what are you guys talking about? There's like nothing right now. I go, yeah, it's quite a situation locally. I've never seen anything like it in my career as far as the overall apathy toward the Cardinals. And by the way, Doug, I apologize I cut you off there. There are a number of texts. People are raging about somebody's phone going off. Whose phone is beeping? Is Iggy there this morning? Silence your phone. Turn off your notifications. It's like Iggy's in that studio running around. That's from Mr. Big Green. Jokesters, turn your phones to silent. The sound of you getting text messages is pretty annoying over the radio. Can the olds turn off their phones? It's like Ken is in that body and running around in there.
Oh, what's this? Oh.
That's from Tervis Parish. I mean, Martin, they're not happy. Whose phone's going off?
I don't know.
I'm hearing the same thing, and I was wondering whose phone is going off.
I have to tell. I know that it is not me because I have everything on silent. But I have heard it. I didn't know that the audience was hearing it as loudly as they are.
It's just a wake up. It's a wake up call from us. We want, all right, fella. We want to make sure you're up and moving, shoveling that sidewalk. It's a public service. I would appreciate a little roll call on the text line. Where are people listening? Are people working? What is your plan? I'm curious what people have on the docket. What is your personal dossier today? That's my request.
Personal dossier, text it in. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. What is your personal dossier? See, I think for a lot of parents, today was the day they had circled after a couple of weeks of prominent winter holiday break. And all of a sudden, now you've got at least one extra day, maybe two, where the kids are still at home. And parents might just find themselves in a bottle of booze today, Doug, just trying to get themselves through it.
They won't be able to handle it at all.
Yep.
So they'll just dive into the bottle.
Yep.
Sorry, Tom Izzo.
We'll get to one more day.
January has run into snow day with the kids.
It feels like it's just today, don't you think? The forecast looks like it's going to stop snowing, and they'll have the roads clear and be back to normal tomorrow. I
think this is a pretty good situation. You're just sitting at home, just doing a little show from here. Jackson at the controls. I don't know.
As long as your furnace is working right, and it would work right if you called Design Air. Have them come out and look at it. Seth Goldcamp and his family have been running that business since 1904. A lot of the technicians, while they haven't been around for 120 years, they've been around a long time, and they know what they're doing. I know when they've been to my house, these guys are absolute pros. They get right to it, and they get things done. And I mean they get it done lickety-split. They do furnace repair and maintenance. They'll do new installation and replacement. They are the #1 train dealer, not just in the St. Louis area, but the entire Midwest. They do both residential and commercial. They won a Torch Award from the Better Business Bureau for their outstanding service. Their website is designairservice.com. Anytime you need help with your furnace, and Lord knows you're going to need help if it goes out today or tomorrow or anytime in the next week or so, Design Air is the name you need to know. Seth Goldcamp and his crew will take outstanding care of you, as they have done for me and many of us on the show. Again, the website, designairservice.com, for all of your furnace and HVAC needs.
Martin, we're getting a lot of texts on the dossier requests for the day for people. Got this one here. Walked dog, no one down the street at Olive and Ross. I did hear lots of sirens, though. That's from the 314. My dossier is bourbon and cocaine. It's a snow day. That's from Dewey Oxberger.
Oh, my.
And then I'm in my home office working in the nude. I actually had to have sex with my wife yesterday because the roads were too bad for Tim to come over, and Wellington is in Florida. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Releasing a nude is a good way to get people talking about you again.
I don't know. You don't do office work in the nude, do you?
Well, I have a carport.
Go, Jackson. Go. Keep going. Come on, Jackson. Keep going.
Some french fries and gravy, sir.
Eric in the Central West End says, Jackson looks so stressed and overwhelmed on YouTube right now. Are you stressed and overwhelmed? What's going on?
Yeah, but I'm like,
why? What's going on?
One, because I got a lot to do. I gotta keep this program rolling and moving. Constantly concerned Connection's gonna lose out. I gotta post this podcast so that people don't come for my head. People are ringing in the phone lines. I don't know what to do there. I got a computer. Will it work? I don't know. And the whole time, if I'm being honest, I'm a little stiff in the back, but I'm gonna be all right.
Oh. Sounds like you're busier than a one-arm paper hanger.
I'll be all right.
You got a bad back at 26?
No, I just got some. I've kind of slept weird last night. You guys know I sleep on my face, and so I've had this kind of recent trend of I fall asleep and then I wake up with half my face on the headboard, like up against it. What the hell? Like my face is up against the headboard, like half of it, so my neck is kind of. What? Flipped up. Yeah, that's how I've woken up probably twice in the last month. It's very confusing, and that was this morning. So I didn't necessarily wake up literally on the right side of the bed. I'll be all right.
How about these people when they call in, Jack? Just put them on hot. Just say you're on the call. They may be calling in stuck on the side of the road asking for your dad to go pick them up. Let's put them on the air.
Yeah, well, we got a couple phone calls we can take in the next segment. Oh, boy, but the phone lines are just lighting up great.
Is that right? Oh, they want to call in? Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Email in. Compete against the greats. You're working from home today. This is your chance. I mean, Buck Swope won the first Design Air Heating and Cooling email today in January, and then Misty Plops won on Friday. You can have your name in the standings with those legends of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Try your best. You might get something through today because Jackson might not be able to filter them effectively, and Chairman Kurt's not at home. He's trapped in an alley in South City. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got a live situation over at FS1 with some litigation, and I mean a live situation over at FS1 with some litigation. Friend of the program, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp, all in this lawsuit yesterday that was filed, and it could be a significant moment in national sports media history. We will have that story for you coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. 101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
New year, new fan of the week. Damian Harkins of Vandalia, Illinois, our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com.
Hey, you. It's Dr. Pryor. If your mouth's been getting more action from late-night pizza than it has from a toothbrush, it's time to come see me. At 100 West Dental, we know how to clean up your act and your smile. Whether it's overdue cleanings, a chipped tooth from a wild weekend, or just getting that fresh, I'm definitely not hungover grin, we got you covered. Look, we know you're not shy, so why shy away from getting your teeth right? Book your free consultation at 100westdental.com, and let's give you something to smile about. Because, hey, you deserve to be as smooth as Tim's golf swing.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you get hurt because of somebody else's carelessness, it's not right. The pain, the suffering, the medical bills, the lost wages, we get you justice. We get you fairness. We get you paid for the inconvenience and pain that you suffer. We care about you, and we will get you every dollar you deserve, no matter what. We're Brown and Crouppen.
Now at Menards, save big money on everything to update your home. Easily create your dream kitchen with Clearview Cabinetry. With so many styles to choose from, you'll be sure to find plenty of options that you will love. Start your project today and save big on Clearview Cabinetry. Plus, the bag sale is back. Get 15% off everything you can fit inside the bag. Good through January 12th. See store for complete details.
Save big money at Menards.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions, and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
That's AMCO, AAA-MCO.
Hey, Jay Delsing here. Join me every Sunday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. for Golf with Jay Delsing, brought to you by Daugherty Business Solutions. It's the biggest names in golf right here on 101 ESPN.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Sponsored by Northern Tool and Equipment.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off. Free UPS shipping and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Gary Davis on 101 ESPN. Two former pros and one average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Thunder defeat the Celtics last night 105-92. Jason Tatum with 26 points and 10 rebounds. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 33 and 11. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Boy, the people are watching. Big numbers on the YouTube. I guess people are at home. 342 people watching the program. Get in there and talk it over. with the listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett at the studios as his father was able to pick him up when Chairman Kurt was going to pick him up, but then his car got stuck in the alley in South City. So Chairman Kurt, we hope he is doing okay with that situation. I see the front page of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch's STLtoday.com says, winter storm slams St. Louis, quote, unless you've got a dog sled, don't travel. Doug, do you have a dog sled?
I have not. I've got a dog, but could not pull a sled. I wonder what the Uber situation is, if they are completely out of business or if you can let somebody else risk driving their car while you just sit in the back seat. I wonder if that would be the way to go today.
I wonder how many Ubers would be out there.
Very few, I'd have to guess.
And if they did, they'd probably charge you $1,000.
Yeah, the surge charge, and rightfully so, would be crazy.
Yeah.
I deep teased this story. Former Fox Sports hairstylist filed a lawsuit that alleges a network executive forcefully touched her and used his position to, quote, sexually harass women. The suit also claims Skip Bayless offered to pay the hairstylist for sex. The lawsuit was filed by Nosheen Faraji, who says she worked at Fox Sports from 2012 until August of 2024. Fox Sports and its other properties are named defendants in the suit, as well as Executive Vice President of Content of FS1 Charlie Dixon, Bayless, and network host Joy Taylor. The news of the lawsuit was first reported by Front Office Sports. In a statement to USA Today, Fox Sports said, we take these allegations seriously and have no further comment at this time, given the pending litigation. The allegations against Charlie Dixon is that he rubbed her body and grabbed her buttocks while attending a party for Joy Taylor in West Hollywood in January of 27. It also alleged an anonymous employee told Faraji she wouldn't be working with Fox Sports after she refused to have sex with Dixon in order to have her contract renewed. The anonymous person also said Dixon, quote, was doing this to other female talent. Then with regard to Skip Bayless, Faraji did the hairstyling for several shows during her time at Fox Sports, including Undisputed. While doing work for the show, she did the hair for then personality Bayless. The suit alleges soon after weekly haircuts started, Bayless began finding excuses to touch her. And over the years, Faraji worked with Bayless. He allegedly continued to make advances toward her. In July 2021, Faraji reported informed Bayless about a possible cancer diagnosis, hoping to stop the sexual advances, but he continued with it. Quote, Bayless told her he wanted to be with her. Ms. Faraji panicked and began rambling that there were cameras everywhere, that she has a child, and that she does not want him. Bayless then grabbed her hands, began kissing them, and offered her $1.5 million to have sex. Ms. Faraji made an excuse to leave. These are amongst many allegations. And then Joy Taylor. Alleges from Faraji that, and I heard that one. Did anybody hear that one?
No.
You didn't hear it?
I didn't.
Jackson, you heard it?
I did not.
Okay, that's what the audience is getting upset. The suit alleges Taylor began insulting Ms. Faraji on a personal and professional level after their friendship ended. Faraji, who is of Persian descent, also claims Taylor mocked the English pronunciation of her name. Taylor, who previously was a host for Undisputed, is currently a co-host for the FS1 show Speak with Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce. In the lawsuit, it's alleged that Joy Taylor was seeing Charlie Dixon, and then they both left their spouses, and then she began seeing Emmanuel Asho as well, and didn't tell Charlie Dixon about that. And that is how she told Faraji she was advancing her career at FS1. Following the lawsuit being made public, Emmanuel Acho, who had posted a video praising Joy Taylor, removed the video from social media. And Doug, there is your update on Skip Bayless, Joy Taylor, Charlie Dixon, Emmanuel Acho, and the comings and goings and goings and comings at FS1.
A lot going on there. I guess the big question is, would you have sex with for $1.5 million with Skip Bayless.
969.
Isn't it amazing? First of all, we should know not to believe or trust any of it until it all comes out, till it goes to trial, because we've heard people wrongly accused in the past, and then we've heard people who absolutely did it in the past. So, you don't know what to believe until it all comes out. It's hard to know. It would be hard for me to believe that so many people would act so irresponsibly and so unprofessionally in the workplace. They got these big jobs, and you're gonna blow it like that by acting like a creep. It's just hard for me to believe that people would do that.
Well, and I think one of the things we always say, did you tell anybody? And according to the report, she did go to HR and report it. That's something in her. You would hope for her that she documented that in some way, that she had meetings with people in human resources, because a lot of times the outside world thinks, oh, is it a money grab? Well, if you say, well, no, this is something that I was dealing with on a regular basis, and I tried to report it. They did nothing about it. Hopefully she can document that she actually went to HR and tried to get something done. Skip Bayless, we hadn't heard his name in a long time, and shocking that it would be in a negative light when it does come out. But again, I agree with Doug. You got to wait and find out the whole story.
Shannon Sharp on his show with Chad Ochocinco last night said he's got nothing to do with it. His name was brought up as that he went on a date, or that Skip Bayless said that he was dating Joy Taylor. And Shannon Sharp last night said they're only mentioned my name for clicks, but I got nothing to do with any of this situation that is going on at FS1. Joy Taylor, Skip Bayless, as of this moment, have not responded to front office sports request for comment. Skip Bayless, is he doing anything right now?
No, I do not believe so.
And Joy Taylor is still working at FS1?
Yeah, that is.
I saw Acho over the weekend on something.
Right.
I was watching something. He popped up.
Yes, I believe that is all correct.
Okay.
You just never know. Remember Matt Lauer and all the trouble he got in with the Today Show? He was making $29 million a year and just threw it all away with his behavior. And that turned out to be true. So you just never know who to trust and who to believe in these situations.
He had a button under his desk that would lock the door. I'm like, who installed that?
One of the creepiest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Who installed that? That's a fair question. It never crossed my mind.
Who installed it? I thought, none of my business.
But the locking the door button is so creepy.
Yeah. Gosh, you just get the world by the tail and do that.
I have to tell you, Doug, when I hear that, that's what goes through my mind. For the life of me, and this wasn't, this is Joy Taylor, this is Skip Bayless, and again, as we continue to, you have no idea because it's allegations. They haven't responded. If somebody is making something up, just in general, not specific to this, I'm just all for defamation suits. I know it opens you up to all kinds of stuff as far as depositions and nonsense. But God, so I'm anxious to see how they handle this. Joy Taylor, I think, is catching more hell than anybody, actually, at the moment, even though Skip Bayless is specifically mentioned with having offered $1.5 million to Nassim Faraji, who filed the lawsuit. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Gabe DeArmond's going to be with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is my insurance agent, and he has been now for 6 years. He's online at carltoninsurance.net with more than 400 5-star reviews. carltoninsurance.net. Make the switch to James. You'll be so happy that you did. I certainly am happy that I did. It's James Carlton at 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The customer service you will get is absolutely second to none. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? You have nothing to lose by giving James a chance to save you money. Give him a call to see if he can do it. My guess is he's going to be able to do it. We've gotten so many emails from listeners talking about making the switch and how much money James and his team were able to save them. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond, joining us coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Tonight, it's the FCS Championship. North Dakota State and Montana State. Pregame at 5:30, kickoff at 6. The NCAA plays on 101 ESPN.
If your heating and cooling system is over 8 years old, we have a deal for you. SwissAirSTL.com.
Looking for the perfect spot for your next private event? Whether it's a baby shower, bridal shower, birthday party, or business meeting, Rosalita's has you covered. Enjoy the vibrant atmosphere in one of Rosalita's 2 exclusive private rooms with a customized menu that is perfect for your upcoming event. And if you're planning a date night, don't miss the lively mariachi nights every Friday and Saturday. Plus, Rosalita's gift cards make the perfect gift for any occasion. Come celebrate at Rosalita's, where every event is a fiesta. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
At First Community, we've been in the business of serving our members since 1934. St. Louis is not just our corporate headquarters, it's the only market we serve. It's also home to nearly 700 employees who have named us a St. Louis top workplace for 13 consecutive years. There are now over 400,000 members of First Community. We're proud of our 90-year history in St. Louis. It's our home and always will be, generation after generation. $1 share account required. Must qualify for membership. Federally insured by NCUA.
Kevin Moret for Mentality. Guys, most new clients start with just 1/3 the free testosterone they need, and that puts you at an unfair disadvantage. No matter how hard you push yourself, it's an uphill battle. Free testosterone drives everything, your energy, strength, and metabolism, and without it, nothing works. At Mentality, our doctors restore that balance so your body works the way it should. Energy comes back, fat burns off, and you feel like yourself again. Make this year different. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio for a special New Year offer. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Love TMA? Then nominate yourself to be the Morning After Listener of the Month. Sign up now at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com.
The TMA Listener of the Month Club is quenched by Milagro Tequila. Welcome to a brighter side of tequila with Milagro Tequila.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tigers football with Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com.
Brought to you by James Carlton of State Farm. Let James protect you on the road and at home this football season. CarltonInsurance.net.
This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett in the 101 studios doing a marvelous job considering the circumstances with us broadcasting remotely, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Gabe DeArmond on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's going on, guys?
You had some followers on social media and some readers and posters on PowerMizzou.com who were really unhappy on Saturday with the loss
that's unusual,
at
isn't it?
Auburn. Yeah, they were. I mean, Missouri was what, an 18.5-point underdog?
Yeah, 18.5
that's what it was.
Underdog. Lost by 16. Ken Palm predicted it as an 18-point game. Look, like, you can be unhappy that your team isn't in position to go beat the number 1 team in the country on the road, or number 2 team in the country on the road. Sorry, not many teams are. I understand people that are disappointed that Missouri was down 26 and that really, I thought wasn't competitive in the second half of that game. Like, you can be unhappy about that. I get it. But if you went into that really with any other expectation, I mean, you're kind of setting yourself up to be angry. This is the best league in the country, maybe the best league ever that college basketball has ever seen. And Missouri started it with the toughest possible game you can play there, on the road at the team that is favored to win the league. There were things not to like, but anybody that used that one as like evidence of, hey, this program isn't any good and Dennis Gates isn't any, I don't know. I don't have the energy to get that upset about that particular game.
You're going to have to shoot better than they did. 38% from 2 and 30% from 3. That's not going to win very many games. It's certainly not going to beat somebody like Auburn.
Yeah, no, they didn't shoot it well. Auburn shot it great. Twofold. If there's a thing that worries me about this team long term, it is the outside shooting. I'm not sure that they have enough good 3-point shooters to win enough games in this league to get into the tournament, because I think Tamar Bates is a pretty good shooter, but for some reason he appears to not want to shoot the ball from 3-point range. I mean, he passes up open threes all the time. Caleb Grill was shooting it great, got hurt, understandable. He's not back to form yet. Other than that, they just don't really have either willing or good 3-point shooters at this point. And then you run into a team like Auburn that has the length. And I mean, Missouri went, I think it was 8 for 22 on layups. And the main reason was Janai Broom and the Auburn players down there just were too athletic and kept getting in the way of Missouri shooting the ball. And even when they didn't block the shot, affected it enough that Missouri wasn't making them.
Gabe, I think it's 7 of the top 13 are from the SEC in terms of last week's rankings or this week's, and 10 ranked teams are out of the SEC. If you're Mizzou, man, it's going to be a tough chore. I mean, there's only so many that can get into the tournament. What do you think the expectation is for this team? Like to at least maybe contend for a tournament bid?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you've got 6 teams in this league that to me are kind of on a different level. That's Auburn, Tennessee, Florida, Kentucky, Texas A&M, and Alabama. I think those 6 teams are like tournament locks, elite teams, potential Final Four quality. And then I think you've got 8 or 9 teams, pretty much everybody except South Carolina that's left. You just throw them in the bucket, and on any given day, I don't know who's the best and who's the worst of those teams. So out of those 8 or 9 teams, probably 4, maybe 5 of them are going to make the NCAA tournament, and 4 or 5 of them are going to miss it. It's going to be determined by those games against the other teams in that range, right? That's why losing Saturday isn't that big a deal. Missouri has home games against LSU and Vanderbilt this week. If you're going to be one of those teams that gets in the tournament, those have to be wins. I mean, there's almost no other way you can do it. Home games against other teams in kind of that 7 to 14 range in the SEC have to be wins if you're going to make the tournament.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest. He's presented by James Carlton. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on TMA. TMA is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA. STL. Colonel, a lot of columns here over the last few days since Georgia lost to Notre Dame on other conferences, other schools catching up with the SEC, seeing as Texas is the only representative of the SEC in the Final Four in college football. What are your impressions of the way things have played out in the 2024 season?
Well, I think we've known since probably mid-season that the SEC didn't have a great team this year. It had a lot of really good teams. It probably had, if you want to throw in South Carolina, Alabama, Ole Miss, maybe even Missouri, 8 teams in the top 20. It's the deepest league in the country, but what it didn't have this year was an elite team, and it's kind of the same conversation we were having about basketball just a minute ago, right? The problem is when you have that many good teams, you're going to beat each other up enough that the simple number of losses probably keeps you out of – I mean, we had this conversation last month about South Carolina, Ole Miss, Alabama. You can't lose 3 times and get in. NCAA tournament's going to be the same way. Like, there are going to be a couple of tournament-worthy teams in the SEC that the committee just looks at and goes, you went 6-12 in your league. We can't put you in, even though you're probably better than a team that went 9-9 in this other league. I do think parity is catching up. I think things are balancing out a little bit. The talent's being distributed more. The SEC is, look, the 9th place team in this league is probably no worse than 3rd or 4th in any other conference in the country. But the best team in this league isn't necessarily better than the best team in the Big Ten or maybe even the ACC.
Mizzou right now sits ranked 19th in the college football playoff rankings. Is that about where you would put them right now in the country? Does that seem reasonable? Are they a little better than that? Maybe not that good?
No, I think it's probably fair, right around there. I mean, they 10-3. There aren't a lot of teams that lost fewer games than that. I don't think they re-ranked the college football playoff after bowl games. The AP will, the coaches will, and Missouri will. I thought there was maybe a chance they could get into the top 15 because of the way bowl games went. I don't see that happening. They'll be somewhere between 15 and 20 in the final rankings, which is, that's a solid year. I mean, I don't think it really matters if you're 16th or 19th. It's all about the same at that point.
Gabe, the safety that Mizzou added, the signee latest was Jalen Catalon. Started at Arkansas in 2019. He spent time at Texas, UNLV. He'll be turning 24, I believe, soon. So this is going to be his, am I doing the math right? Would this be his seventh year?
Seventh year, yeah. So 2019 he redshirted. 2020 didn't count for anybody because of COVID. And then in 2022 he got injured in the first game and got a medical waiver. Okay. So that didn't count. And that's why, like, when we look at this, you have to, in my opinion, take out of the equation how you talk about the portal and all this stuff. Like, how does it help my team, right? Because all the Missouri fans that are talking about how stupid this is and blah, 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 they think it's great that Jalen Catalon has 7 years of eligibility, right? So it's all – sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hurts you. It's all kind of stupid if we're honest about it. I don't really think people should be playing, doing the Tommy Boy college football player route, but that's what we're doing here. Look, it all goes back to the COVID thing, right? At the time when they made 2020 not count for anybody, basically I was told they had to do it because players weren't going to play. Like if you told players, hey, you've got to play this season. Now, we don't know how many games you're going to get to play, and fans aren't going to be there and all that. Then people weren't going to play, and there wasn't going to be a season. So to have a season, they had to give this blanket year of, hey, it doesn't count against your eligibility. Well, the problem is then it just created this huge backlog where we're going on like the 5th straight year of having a full extra year of players in college football. And then Diego Pavia sues, and all the junior college guys get to come back. I mean, it's insane how we've got guys that, Chuck Hicks just graduated or just finished playing college football for Missouri. He was in the same recruiting class as Nick Bolton, who is about to be a free agent and sign his second contract in the NFL.
It seems unfair, at the very least unfortunate, to the high school kids who are coming out at 17 or 18 and competing against someone who's in their mid-20s.
Well, and they're not even getting the chance to compete against them because what you're seeing, I just did some numbers in my column this morning. In the last 4 years, Missouri has lost 70 players to the transfer portal. They have added 56 players through the transfer portal. So what Missouri is doing and what other power conference schools are doing, when these guys leave, they're replacing them with other guys out of the transfer portal. So high school recruiting is becoming less and less. Missouri is signing probably 5 to 7 fewer players in high school recruiting every year than they used to sign. If you expand that to 60 Power 5 schools, you're talking about 300 kids who used to sign out of high school with the power conference school who are probably now signing with G5 schools. Then those G5 kids, well, those 300 kids that used to sign there, they've got to go somewhere. So they're probably going down to FCS schools. And then you got 300 kids who were signing in FCS schools who are now playing D2 or NAIA. And what it eventually comes down to is you've got 300 to 500 high school kids who used to get a chance to play college football who probably don't get a chance to play college football anymore because of the extra year of eligibility and the portal and all that. I think the high school kids are the clear losers in all of this, right? Like, even Missouri just had 6 kids transfer out after one semester on campus. So next year, Eli Drinkwitz probably looks at this and goes, why am I signing 20 of these kids? 6 of them are going to leave. So I'm just going to sign 14 of them, right? And so now those kids who would have gotten a shot to play SEC football are probably playing like Sun Belt football. and they've got to work their way up. Now in 2 years, they get to replace the high school kids, but you basically have to go play 2 years at a lower level to go get your shot, which is it's not changing. I'm not necessarily blaming anybody for it, but it does suck for the high school kids.
Gabe DeArmond with us here every Monday and Friday on TMAs, presented to you by James Carlton, and you can read more at powermizzou.com. Gabe DeArmond here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL, where friends have gathered to talk it over, including Jasper Lamar Crabb. Did I miss something? Jackson lives in Brentwood and couldn't get to Creve Coeur. Jackson, that's from Jasper Lamar Crabb in the YouTube chat, where 343 people have gathered to watch us from our homes, and you in a three-peat shirt from the Chicago Bulls.
It snowed a lot the last couple days, so it was hard to drive into work. And I'm here. I don't know. So I could get here. I did get here.
Wasn't hard for your dad because he got a car at Munganess.
That boy, Doug.
He got a Toyota Highlander that's got that
Put
snow.
This asshat in his place.
Yeah, and you get a car from Munganess, and you're going to get one that can plow through the snow.
Bingo.
They've got a great line of Toyota cars at Munganess, Alton Toyota, and they've got the Acuras, beautiful cars there, at St. Louis Acura, there on Manchester Road, a little west, rather, of 270. Great selection of new and used cars. You can go online and do your shopping there today. You're not going to want to get out and about. I don't know if it's even open. Probably not. But anyway, you can go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and browse the new and used car selection. And when it's time to get your car worked on, if you need maintenance, obviously this is the place to go. They do fantastic work there. You didn't even have to get your car there. They can service all kinds of cars. And they've got a special number that goes straight to the muckety-mucks if you need that. Here it is. 314-252-0029. That will get you to Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganaska, Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They want to make sure as a listener to this show that you get special taken care of. They can do you an oil change, a dent repair. The military and first responders can get a 10% discount on service. They like to take care of everybody. They've taken great care of us on the show, and they will certainly take great care of you as well. Again, the websites are stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Doug, I know there's nothing you love more than power rankings. We will have Major League Baseball's power rankings as the season is, 2 days away. So the power rankings are out from ESPN. What a moment this is going to be for Cardinal fans when you hear where the Cardinals are ranked. That's coming up on the program, along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. Compete with Buck Swope and Misty Plops. They each have wins so far in the month of January, and you got a chance to go up against some of the greats. Jackson's flustered in the studio. I think you're doing a wonderful job, though, Jackson.
Thank you. I'm fine.
Good. Okay. Eric in the Central West End was concerned. He was watching you closely, and he thought you were flustered, but you're welcome to call in. Jackson can take your calls. You can get on the program. Many people working from home. Snowed in today in the St. Louis area. The number for the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with a First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Hey, can we talk? It's a new year and I need to move on. We had a great run, but you're old now. So I'm trading you in at number 1 Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgerton.
It's actually Bridgeton. And all you need is $29 down. $29.
Every vehicle?
Yes, plus get 0.99% financing for 60 months.
Ooh, that Mitsubishi Outlander is hot. But what if I'm not good enough for financing?
Got a job?
Yes.
Got $29?
I do.
Then let's get you a new car. Acres of new Mitsubishis with 0.99% financing, plus acres of pre-owned.
All just $29 down.
$29 at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgerton.
Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's the morning after. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the 9 o'clock hour, joined by Chris Kerber in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, Gabe DeArmond. In the previous segment, you can go back and podcast anytime you would like. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, sponsor of the podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. And you're welcome to get involved by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug, you love power rankings. I mean, you love them.
Well, sometimes, usually after teams have already been assembled, we know who's going to play, not before the season.
But ESPN just posted their power rankings.
For baseball.
That's right.
Even though we don't know who's going to be on all the teams?
That's right.
Okay, that makes sense to me then.
Do you want to venture a guess at the top 5 teams in the power rankings?
Dodgers.
Yes, that's 1.
Yankees.
3, I'm sorry.
Oh, number 2.
Rank them, go.
Orioles.
No, I'm sorry. They're not in the top 5.
Phillies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yankees, 3.
Brewers.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry. Padres.
Not even in the top 10.
Okay, well, pardon the hell out of me.
Not even in the top 50, not even in the top 15. No, I'm sorry.
Darn it. Cleveland.
No, I'm sorry.
Darn it. Boston.
No, I'm sorry.
Darn it. Braves.
They're number 5.
Okay. That was easy. Arizona.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, they just got Burns. Gosh,
biggest free agent acquisition of the 2024-2025 season.
Mets.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, did I get it? That was easy.
Yeah. It is the Dodgers, Phillies, Yankees, Mets, Braves. Then it goes Orioles, Diamondbacks, Red Sox, Padres, Cleveland. Where do you think the Cardinals are? There are 30 teams in Major League Baseball.
Cardinals, I'll say 25.
No, I'm sorry.
Up or down?
That's too optimistic.
Oh.
Good morning.
27.
No, I'm sorry. Down.
Still 2 up? 26.
Yes.
Okay.
You dialed it in. The Cardinals' primary offseason drama has been around the question of whether they will find a trade partner for Nolan Arenado, not only for the player who has a full no-trade clause, but with a team interested in trading for an aging star whose numbers have been in decline. but who has an expensive deal. That's what Buster Olney wrote in the Power Rankings. The Cardinals are ahead of the Angels, Rockies, Marlins, and White Sox, though.
All
so
right.
that can be
Don't give
maybe
us a Slurpee because they were trying hard.
maybe we can pivot. Joe Buck said we're sitting this one out. Maybe they can now kind of run a social media campaign that they are projected better than the White Sox, Marlins, Rockies, and Angels. It should be noted, however, that they are the lowest ranked team in the always powerful National League Central. The Pirates are ranked 24th. The Cardinals are 26th.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe you'd say Pirates, but you didn't. So they're picked even behind Pittsburgh.
Season 2024, sitting this one out.
Where are the Oakland A's in this ranking?
The Oakland A's, Martin, that's a good. Anytime I'm gauging where things have gotten, if you look and you are behind the A's and Pirates, wow, does that tell a tale? And the A's are 23rd.
Are they still going to be the Oakland A's? Aren't they the Sacramento A's now?
I think they're just going to be the Athletics.
They're just going to be the Athletics, like Utah's
like
just Utah in the NHL.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, is that power ranking with Arenado on the roster? Does it drop when he gets traded?
Yeah, I wonder about that. That's a nice question, actually.
Can it drop below those teams though? Like even without Arenado, are they worse than the Angels? Or the White Sox, who were terrible last year and then got gutted?
Probably not. White Sox finished 51.5 games out of first place last year.
Well,
2-3 in St. Louis,
actions speak louder than words.
We are headed into a truly dark time in Cardinal history. Even in recent down years, there were individual players to get fan attention. Pujols, McGuire, Ozzie Smith. We've got nothing. Worst era in franchise history? That's from the 636.
I think the first fan indicator we'll have is the winter warm-up, which is only 2 weeks out. But that tends to be a really rabid fan base. The ones who are just diehard. So maybe it's not a fair indicator, but it would be interesting if they had a soft attendance for that, and that might be a little bit of a tell leading into the year. It's hard to comprehend. I know we can make jokes about it, but it's actually pretty sad to think there's zero excitement for a baseball team in St. Louis in 2025. And those rankings, I mean, it doesn't matter what a power ranking is, but it's probably not too far off from the truth, and that's just alarming.
You think it's just completely not in the cards at all that they go out and get a couple players? I mean, they're not trying to lose.
Yeah.
I don't actually, Doug. I have to be straightforward with you. I don't think that that's where they are. They're in quite a spot here because the Arenado situation, I think, is the big domino. And until that's taken care of, then they can't move more and figure out what direction they're going to go. And if they can't find a trade partner for him, then they're going to probably try to offload some other salaries. The apathy that has occupied the vast majority of this offseason, I think, will turn to anger once Arenado actually goes and fans see the lackluster return. But I do think that they're not done as far as parting ways with players. I just think they want to make sure that they move on from Arenado, but they got to get a team that's going to pick up a good portion of the remaining $74 million. So for us to be sitting here on January 6th and the team reports to camp in a month and 7 days, I think is the math, and there really hasn't been anything this offseason. Wow, what a moment it is. All right, whose phone was that? That could finally be the tell on who it's been the whole time.
I just got a call. Why a phone call would come into my computer, I do not know what it did, and I'm really hot about it.
Martin, can you tell the people about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Yeah, if the phone is ringing off the hook, that's because you need some help with the furnace, and you're saying, who should I call? Well, it's pretty simple. Just get online, designairservice.com. You're just talking about them all the time. That's because it's a trusted St. Louis business. We love companies that have been around, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. That's a great run. Talk about going back to 1904. That's when Design Air Service first started taking care of folks around the St. Louis area. So you're talking about tens and thousands of people. who are satisfied customers with Design Air this time of year. It's getting cold. It's staying cold. I know we fluctuated kind of early in the winter, but right now it's darn cold. If the furnace isn't acting up, and you know the difference when you push that dial or type in a number and it just can't quite get there, that's because the furnace isn't working properly. Check in with the folks at Design Air, designairservice.com. Set up the appointment online, and when they show up to your home, you're going to get top quality repair without being sold something that you don't need. They make sure their sales folks or their technicians are not sales folks. It's something Seth Goldcamp and the team take very seriously. So when you need help with the furnace this time of year, don't mess around. Go to designairservice.com.
There it is, our sponsor of the email of the day. Send yours in, compete. You're working from home today, most likely anyway. This is your chance. Go up against Buck Swope the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Come and see why T.R. Hughes is St. Charles and now Warren County's premier home builder. TRHughes.com.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but AMCO to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
AAMCO.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
My name is Dan. I was injured in a car accident. I don't know how any of this works. I'd never been hit like this before. Brown & Crouppen has been there for me from day one. They came out, met at my house. It was more about me as an individual. It was more about taking care of me. It was more about representing me. And that feels great.
Here for you whenever and wherever you need us. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Jamie Rivers back with you here with another jersey giveaway. This one is awesome. Jordan Kyrou signed jersey, the home blue, and it's a ladies cut. Nice, sleek, sharp. One you're going to love for your collection, and all you have to do is go to 101ESPN.com or visit 101ESPN, the mobile app. Register now to win that one-of-a-kind signed Jordan Kyrou female jersey. Presented by Brown & Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. Timothy Chalamet's effeminate chin is in the YouTube chat. Jackson, do you have a problem with that username?
Nah, haters are always going to hate.
You consider him a jawline king.
Yeah, he's got a wonderful jawline. He's a fantastic actor, and he's a modern movie star.
Modern.
He says, olds in technology, LOL. Doug, I guess that's in reference to you getting a phone call on your desktop.
Yeah, how does that work? Can someone explain that to me? How does that work?
Somebody hacked in.
No, it was my daughter-in-law was calling. And it comes through the desktop computer? What?
You probably have it all connected, and
I guess.
Yeah, and that's clear. I mean, so the dings have been coming off your computer, most certainly, right?
I haven't heard any other dings off my computer but that one.
All right.
That's all. It's all part of my show summary. Would you guys like a show summary at 9:37?
Yeah, I think a good show summary, 2/3 of the way in, is proper.
Yeah, the audience cycles on; they cycle off.
That's right.
Jackson's dad is the Popmeister.
That's right.
Nikki Glazer was on the Morning Grind in 2004, but it was not a sorority phone call.
That's correct.
There's no such thing as a wrong Calvin May drop.
Agreed.
Tim's son is stalking him like a teenage girl.
That's correct.
Doug might just whip up some tasty pork chops.
Yeah.
At 8:06 rather, Jackson dropped a Zeitgeist and nobody cared for it. Doug was accused of being asleep at the switches. 9:17, Jackson said, "Put that asshat in his place." Doug's computer is ringing off the hook. Apparently, there's a imposter co-hosting the KC Morning Show this morning.
So this is the show, huh?
That's it, Hanger.
That's it.
I don't know if he's an imposter. I just don't necessarily know the gentleman. I know AD. I saw him, said hi to him this morning.
Yeah, you call him AV? That's going to be the problem.
I said AD.
That's not his name.
AD,
all right.
AD. Yeah, I think
AV, what's up?
I think we're the only three people in the building right now. I was planning on, when I came in here, I thought I was going to be the only person in here, which would be kind of fun. Risky business situation.
Jackson, can your dad pick up my dress from the cleaners today? That's from Timothy Chalamet's effeminate chin in the YouTube chat.
Unlikely. He'll be picking me up from work later. I'll have to go, hey, Dad, people are doing bad things. Pick me up. Nah, it'll be easy money.
Doug is a legend. Leave him alone, you sexy little beast, you. That's from Martin's Dangly Bits.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. They're all active in there. And then we got a question here. Is it hot when your landing strip adheres to your wife's father when you pile up in his rumpus room to celebrate the Michigan bowl game victory, Doug? That's from the Doo-Doo Man, his chamber pot, my melting pot.
Okay.
I
no,
put a
it's
landing
not
strip.
hot. You need to knock it off. Right now. Knock it off right now.
He asked you a question.
You're not allowed to ask certain questions. And that was one
Starfish kisses.
Hello, Plowsy.
The Plowhawk.
What do you think the Plowhawk's doing today?
Boy, what is the Plowhawk? Can we punch him into the air link? Can we get him on, Jackson?
He had a real hot take yesterday on the fan page about meteorologists and how they should be held accountable when they get things wrong.
Isn't the forecast, hasn't it been good, or is this off?
It's been pretty on point, I thought, but this was yesterday morning. He was not happy. I don't want to misrepresent the Plowhawk, but he did seem a little ornery about meteorologists saying they should be held accountable when they're wrong.
How would you hold him accountable? Is he talking about prison time or something?
What are you in for? I gave the wrong 7-day forecast.
Yeah. I just don't know how you'd hold a meteorologist accountable.
I don't know.
And really make it hurt.
He garnered a lot of attention. I don't think people were on board with his take.
Okay.
But I like seeing it regardless.
Doug, friend of the program, Mike Francesa. He's still doing a show. It's just where can you find it, Jackson? It's certainly on YouTube. I know that.
Yeah, it's through
does his own thing.
Bet Rivers Podcast Network. And yeah, I don't know exactly. I'm sure if you type in Francesa on YouTube, he has a YouTube channel of some sort where I think he does it live.
Yeah, he's definitely active after Giants games and Jets games. I bet he's going to combust today when he finds out that the Giants aren't parting ways with Brian Dable or Joe Schoen. I'm actually surprised by that. Francesa's going to just pass out. But last week he was filling time, and Doug, it didn't go too well. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, former WFAN afternoon drive time program host Mike Francesa.
This is unedited.
And Michigan can't wait to
breathe.
make the T-shirt up if Ohio State wins the national championship. Michigan blank, Ohio national champions. Whatever the final score of that game was. I don't remember off the top of my head. Whatever I remember the game was low scoring, but I can't remember the top of my head what the score was. But whatever the score was in that game, I'll look it up for a second. they'll make a T-shirt saying that was the fine. You know, that'll be the T-shirt. Michigan, whatever it was, Ohio State. What was the final score?
That's a hot take.
Sorry to wait here. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find
Just
it.
whatever it is, make it up.
13-10.
I know it was low scoring, but for some reason I can't remember the score. Let me see. Hold on. I'll find it.
Okay. Take your time. You don't have to grunt. Gosh, can it be that hard to find?
13-10.
Okay.
That was all live.
I timed it from the beginning. It was 32 seconds of. Doug, did you like that he was making?
No, I didn't care for that at all. I didn't care for it. And he's saying that.
Low scoring, but for some reason I can't remember the score. Let me see. Hold on. I'll find it.
He's saying that to Ohio State fans, the only thing still that matters is that loss to Michigan?
I guess so, because he says Michigan's going to print out shirts if Ohio State wins the national championship with the score. And give me a minute. Let me look up the score here for a second. I know it was low scoring.
What site do you think he used to find, instead of just typing in Michigan, Ohio State, where it would pop up in mere seconds? You know, like, was he on sportswire.com, like scrolling down?
Maybe he's on a computer like mine where he keeps getting phone calls.
I don't know. But the thing, he's doing that live podcast. I hope that they edit that out when they post the podcast, or they just leave 30 seconds of dead air in there. But he would do that on the radio. He would do that on live radio. He would sit there and twiddle his thumbs.
Oh, God almighty. Outstanding. How pathetic do you have to be to have daddy pick you up and take you to work when you're knocking on 30 years old? Hey, Jackson, spend more time learning how to drive in the snow and less time caressing your Frank Haith action figure. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite. You have a Frank Haith action figure.
A couple corrections. I'm 26. That's I wouldn't necessarily knocking on the door of 30.
Doug, do you consider that knocking on the door of 30?
Not quite yet, no.
Yeah, it's relatively, I guess, in the context of humanity, I am. But I'm sorry, my car is a sedan. It has front wheel drive, but I really didn't think I was going to make it. Would you rather there be no show and me stuck in the snow, or be here and have a show? Like, it's so easy.
St. Charles Hermaphrodite, you can call in and answer that question.
No, he doesn't want to have a real discussion. He just wants to stick to his points.
974-0101. Hey, let me tell the people about Mentality. Mentality, if you're feeling like you're running on empty, Mentality Health is here to help. Let's figure out what's going on. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat. If you're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus, mental clarity, low libido, those are symptoms of low testosterone. And what Mentality does is they help the cause. They're a local healthcare facility. I've been out there, got tested myself, super easy, super friendly, and I recommend getting tested. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined to target fat while maintaining muscle. That's at Mentality, low T. USA.com. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. And with the results, your energy can come roaring back, belly fat can get burned off, muscle strengthens, and you feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. Mentality stands out as their treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule, and most insurance is accepted, making it an accessible option for you. It's Mentality. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take your numbers back. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds, and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day, and nothing worked until Mark Patrick hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercise. Who would have believed Mark Patrick hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again. My blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Tuesday, January 28th, Radisson Hotel, Fairview Heights in Fairview Heights. Or Wednesday, January 29th, Aviator Hotel and Suite, South I-55 in St. Louis. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at MarkPatrickSeminars.com.
This is Ron from Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, and as the Wizard of Comfort, I'm going to pass some magical savings on to you. Ameren rebates have ended, but Swiss Air will honor this rebate through the end of January. If your heating and cooling system is over 8 years old, invest in a new one. Swiss Air will give you $2,000 in instant Swiss Air rebate and 0% financing for up to 60 months. That's a $2,000 rebate, 0% financing, and 12-year parts and labor warranty. Online at SwissAirSTL.com.
What's it going to take for you to realize the IRS is in full-blown attack mode, and if you have IRS issues, your timely response is critical? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. We certainly know the IRS has ramped up efforts because we're seeing a lot more clients with threats of intents to seize property or levy rights to property. If you have IRS issues, call the Lance Drury Firm today. Today, don't wait. Those IRS notices have hard deadlines for exercising your appeal rights. If you miss the deadline, your rights to a legal appeal are gone. Let the Lance Drury Law Firm get between you and the IRS today, and we'll help you manage your case to achieve the best outcome. IRS problems are serious legal matters, so call Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Don't wait. Call 314-260-6120. That's 314-260-6120, and schedule your free consultation with me, Lance Drury, or visit Lance, DRURYlaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by Northern Tool and Equipment.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
We want to hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets defeat the Lakers last night, 119-115. Jalen Green, boy, can he play. 33 points, 6 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. You're working from home today with the weather conditions. Hop into the YouTube chat, YouTube.com/TMASTL. John Scores, Tiny PP, the delectable Danny Pintaro, Walrus King, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, DJ Patty Cakes. They're all in there, and you can interact with them and talk it over. Martin, you want to tell people about the wonderful sponsor of this program? Who you got?
Yeah, our friend Jim Olive, he loves hockey. He's buddies with Robert Thomas. He loves hockey, but he also loves getting you into a vehicle, even if you're in a tough situation, the Auto Loan Pro. And when you go to the website, insolationsTechsline.com. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, right there on the website, but you'll also see a playbook that you can download at the bottom of that website. That playbook is going to explain to you how credit works and how you can get a certain car right now. Maybe next time around you'll get a different car, maybe in a bigger car. They want to explain that process to you because anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can be complicated, can make you a little uneasy. The Auto Loan Pro is going to simplify that. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. They're working with over 50 lenders around town to get you the very best financing that is available to you. So not only getting a car, understanding your credit, how it's formed over time, download that playbook simply by going to autoloanpro.com, financing a car. There's one thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro.
We have had 2 terminations so far following the NFL season. Doug Peterson got it this morning. Gerard Mayo got it yesterday right away after the Patriots messed up and won and got the Titans the first-round pick. Rob Gronkowski was giving his opinion, and it got a little awkward on the Fox program. Jackson, you wouldn't happen to have that audio for the listeners to enjoy.
Already, Gerard Mayo out after one season as the Patriots head coach.
I was shocked by that, and to happen that soon was a shocker to a lot of people, especially here at the desk. We were all surprised by that. I think it was unfair to Coach Gerard Mayo. I mean, he had never had the chance to develop as a head coach. He was just a rookie himself in that department. And if you judge a coach by their first year, that's really not appropriate. I mean, Jimmy Johnson, you went 1-15 your first year, and then you won a couple Super Bowls after that. I mean, he really...
Hey, we got to go to break.
I mean...
All right, we're going to keep talking about that.
I can't verbalize the look on Gronk's face when Strahan told him that. He was like, "Are you serious? Like, is this really happening?"
Not a lot of coaches get whacked after 1 year, but that's what happened up in Foxborough yesterday.
Do you assume that they make that move sort of like Armstrong did with Drew Bannister because he's got Montgomery sitting in the wings? Do you think Robert Kraft, who obviously likes Gerard Mayo, gave him the chance? It looks stupid, though, to do it after 1 year. Do you think he makes that move knowing he's got Mike Vrabel on the way? And is it connected to Ohio State making a bit of a run here, so that job may not, in fact, be open for Vrabel?
I think that that's a good read. I do. I do believe that there is a similarity to Armstrong, Bannister, Montgomery, and Kraft, Mayo, and Vrabel. I agree with you on that one. Could be proven wrong here shortly, but I agree with you.
If we're both open, Ohio State being Mike Vrabel, an alum, or the Patriots, who look like a hot mess minus Tom Brady these days, is in Ohio State, even though the demand is extreme, which job would you take? Although the college game is stressful right now.
I know. That's why I would go NFL, man, because the college game is just anarchy. It's non-stop. I would go NFL.
Robert Kraft probably doesn't have a whole lot of time to be patient nowadays. He's 83 years old up there, so even if it's only 1 year for Gerard Mayo, Kraft probably thinks, well, I haven't got 5 or 6 years to wait. I'm going to try to make this thing happen now.
Yeah, I just think it sets such a weird precedent when you have a rookie quarterback and a first-year coach, and you get rid of him after 1 year. Now, I get it if you have Vrabel waiting in the wings and you're confident in that move, and maybe we'll see that later either today or this week. But I just think it's so lame to fire a coach after 1 year. Like, that's not a fair shake. I mean, Gronk made a great point. Jimmy Johnson went 1-15 his first year. Look what happened after that. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell
was, 2-14, 1-15.
Yeah, but you like the 4 pillars. So
I didn't care for the 4 pillars. And when the Chiefs play on TV, week after week, the announcers just gush at how fabulous Spagnuolo is. And yesterday they were saying how he's got to get a head coaching job again and that he deserves it.
Were they really saying that again? Are you serious? Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
Well, they were getting skull pounded 37-0. I was debating on how to handle, especially while I'm sitting around, got nothing to do yesterday. I'm like, God, should I bet on the Broncos? The number, I think, got up to 12 at kickoff because the Chiefs weren't playing anybody, and the Broncos needed to win. The Bengals were in a spot where they were pretty much doomed to the off chance that Carson Wentz, in his first start in a year, could lead the Chiefs' backups to a win against a Broncos team that's playing for something. And what was it, 38-0, something like that, 36-0. 36, 37, 38 nothing. I'm surprised they were raving about Spagnuolo in that particular spot. The one game that did have quite a bit of attention was the Sunday Night Football game. I loved the Lions in this. This isn't saying it after the fact. I thought this going in. I just think they're in another class. It's not a shot at the Vikings so much as it's a compliment to the Lions. And the number, it was floating between 2.5 and 3.5 throughout the course of the day because the Vikings could not convert when they got goal to go. I think they were 1 out of 12 on getting into the end zone on plays and goal to go last night. So they missed out, and then the Lions were able to pull away. The Lions become the number 1 seed. They get the bye, and the Vikings become the number 5 seed, so they take on the Rammies in the first round this weekend. Here is what Dan Campbell had to say in the Detroit locker room after they win the division and the number 1 seed in the NFC.
A hell of a win, man. Back-to-back seed. What we've done is not easy. It's not easy, but I'm telling you what, man, we've said it all along. We got a special group, man. And this has been coming a long time. That's a lot of hard work, and we are the number 1 seed with a bye, gentlemen.
Fired up for the bye.
I love that, Dan Campbell. I love
the Lions are the Super Bowl favorites, by the way, plus 300 to win the Super Bowl. How about that? Not the Chiefs, the Lions.
They lost the cornerback last night. Just an insult. They're so injury riddled. But man, the guys they have now, it's offensively, it's tough to stop. What did you guys think of the black uniforms for the Lions last night?
I don't like them. I had a feeling you wouldn't like them, Doug. There's no way Jackson liked them. No way.
No. Those Lions blue and silver uniforms, those are some of the best in the league. Why
Honolulu blue, Doug. That's what it's called. Honolulu blue.
Honolulu, yeah. I like it.
Didn't mind the jersey and pant. The helmet was a bad choice with that. Either go black helmet or silver. The blue helmet with that looked kind of ridiculous.
And did you notice late in the game, and I don't think Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth were aware, and it didn't really matter to them, but I was noting Jamison Williams, who's the local kid, Cardinal Ritter, he went into the game like 33 yards short of 1,000. So you want to get that 1,000 if you can. And late in the game, they're up big, and they throw him a pass, gets about 8 or 9 yards. He gets up, he's excited. Then he sees they threw a flag, and there was pass interference on the Lions. So it took the gain off the board. And if you notice, they threw it to him again, and he just got like 4 yards. He ended with 1,001 season. But clearly, Dan Campbell, the Lions were trying to make sure that he topped that mark. Much like the Evans story in Tampa where they got...
Yes, I was watching that yesterday. I mean, they're in a weird spot. The Buccaneers are up by 8 over the Saints. They got to win to win the NFC South. Falcons wound up losing in overtime to Carolina. I would imagine they saw that the Buccaneers won and their motivation dropped down, although tip of the cap to the Panthers and Bryce Young. What a second half he had after getting benched in the first half. It looks like they've got their quarterback in Charlotte. But the Buccaneers are like, okay, we've got to get Evans a catch. Can't risk a pick or a turnover here in this spot because we got to win this game. And they do get it to him. He gets the 1,000 yards. $3 million bonus for that catch. And I believe it's 4 yards that Mike Evans needed. Here are your Super Bowl odds. If anybody wants to jump on something, here you go. Who do you think the longest shot is of all of the teams? And if you do know, please withdraw from the competition. Who has the longest odds to win the Super Bowl?
Broncos?
I feel like Broncos or Texans.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, dropping
plus
4
9,000. Plus 9,000. When they play good opposition, they've run into some problems. Plus 9,000 for the Steelers, plus 8,000 for the Texans, plus 5,500 for the Broncos, plus 4,500 for the Rams. Commanders at plus 4,500. That's the first one of the long odds that I wouldn't mind firing a value play on. I'm not expecting it, but to get 45 to 1 on my money, that's intriguing. Chargers plus 2,800. Bucks plus 2,500. The Buccaneers at plus 2,500. Packers at plus 2,000. Vikings at plus 1,600. Eagles plus 700. Rich Gould's team. Buffalo Bills plus 650. Baltimore Ravens plus 600, Chiefs plus 350, Lions plus 280. That is your Super Bowl list of odds.
I get the predictions wrong all the time. What do we do? The pick six. I'm terrible at that. The one thing I could have guaranteed you guys is that the Houston Texans will play in the early Saturday game. You look at
Martin Kilcoyne's right on target. You're exactly right.
Every year, they must be the least marketable team in the NFL because every year Bill O'Brien used to get them in. They would always be that 3 o'clock Saturday 100%. Game, and then it was at noon. They're like, okay, let's just get the Texans out of the way, and then let's get to some premier matchups.
I saw that schedule come out last night, and that's exactly what I thought. It's the Texans or the Andy Dalton-led Bengals would get the first playoff game. It's the Chargers and the Texans getting things going on Saturday afternoon. Pretty damn good one here if they can try to find what they had a month ago. The Steelers going to Baltimore. That is your nightcap on Saturday. So you got a bunch of NFC games finishing things off because all the first 3 games are AFC games. The early kick on Sunday is Denver at Buffalo. And then it's all NFC the rest of the way. The Packers at the Eagles. Jaden Daniels going up against Baker Mayfield for the nightcap on Sunday. And then Monday night playoff game, the Vikings and Sam Darnold going up against the Rams. Cody Schrader did get a carry and a reception yesterday for the Rammies. How about that?
Loved it. Hate the team, but loved that Schrader got some looks.
No.
Is that the first game he's played in this year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good for him.
I mean, I got to tell you, I'm pretty fired up about this week football-wise. You've got football with Notre Dame, Penn State on Thursday night, Ohio State, Texas on Friday. Then you've got Saturday, you got 2 AFC playoff games, Sunday 3 playoff games, and Monday night playoff games. So we've gotten a lot of football starting on Thursday. Jackson, what can we watch tonight?
We have the FCS Championship right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game 5:30, kickoff at 6 p.m. right here on 101. Who's playing in that game, you're asking? Once I find the Michigan-Ohio State game score, I can tell you exactly who that is. We have a
Jackson, it was low scoring, I believe.
It was low scoring. Yeah, it was real low scoring. Who will be playing, you're asking? North Dakota State will be playing Montana State.
Yeah, they always play each other, I feel like.
Yep.
It's always North Dakota and Montana somewhere in that capacity. North Dakota State, Montana State. There you go.
Or you can just rewind this whole YouTube show and watch it back.
Yeah, you could go over that. Doug does that every once in a while. He'll watch game film.
Suns Sixers. Fun little matchup there. Doug?
I won't be watching the Suns and Sixers, I don't think.
Okay. 6 p.m. start on NBA TV.
Maybe The Bachelor starting up a new season.
Is that right?
I'm guessing. It seems like it's about time for that.
I love when Doug wears his Honolulu blue mesh boy panties. That's my favorite color on him. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Okay. Kind of an odd comment. I guess he's comparing that to the Detroit Lions uniforms, which is fair, I guess. But I do not own any Honolulu blue panties.
Clip that off.
Would you like me to take off my boy panties?
Okay.
Your words, sir.
Context.
I hate to be part of the weird movement out there, but I feel like now Doug has to stand up to make sure he's not wearing blue panties. And we just
clip that off.
I assume all you guys are bottomless because the screen can only take you top up.
I'm not bottomless.
I'm sporting a plug.
Like I was saying.
I love the texture of cottage cheese, especially as I squeeze it onto my father-in-law's chest as it passes by Manny, my gerbil, Doug. That's from the Doo-Doo Man.
I'm still out on cottage cheese. Ugh.
No matter how serious a sports we get, we'll break down playoffs and betting odds and teams and futures. It doesn't really matter to this group of people that listen to this presentation.
You mean the loyal listeners, the people who put food on the table.
Mm-hmm. It's like they hear nothing we say. Nothing.
During COVID, the height of COVID, I was doing a Joe Buck interview via Zoom, and after a while he goes, I bet you're not even wearing pants. Look at you. What are you wearing? And I had to stand up, and I was wearing shorts. And he said, yeah, he didn't really get dressed for today because you're barely working. We had a whole thing about me standing up. So that's what I will show you, Jackson. I'm wearing some black.
Martin standing up.
Oh, wow. A nice leather chair.
Yeah, it is nice.
Oh, a little Under Armour. Shout to Steph.
Under Armour there, but in case we're going to go out and hoop later,
be ready. Always be ready.
Let's shovel the drive, you, me, and get out there and play some buckets.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I got shorts on. Here.
Oh, boy shorts.
See my boy shorts? I've got cute boy shorts.
Pass the D, AI style.
I had to pull him down for you, Jackson, the way you like
Blue
it.
jeans.
Nice.
Blue jeans.
Oh, look at that, Martin.
I just blew out my hammy.
Look at these boots I got on. Look at these boots I got on.
And for all of you in your car, this is little theater of the mind.
But if you're on YouTube, you're watching and you're handsomely rewarded, where 300 friends have gathered to watch the program here. Got this text from Carlos Spicy Wiener, who I think is going to go into the TMA Hall of Fame. He says everyone can stop ragging on Pale about his dad dropping him off. Jackson would have to compromise everything about his art house flick being to be equipped to skate/drive to work today. And sorry, but I don't foresee him buying a beat-to-hell snow-capable pickup truck, adopting a cream cheese and gas station beef jerky-based diet, and listening exclusively to Morgan Wallen to do so. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Not wrong. Not wrong. Should I get, like, what are those things, a snowcat? What they have in The Shining when they just would drive around? That's what I want.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if are all the convenience stores and gas stations, fast food places, are they open today, you think?
Jackson, what did you see in your passenger seat with your dad driving you to work?
Didn't pass anything that seemed open. I assume if you would want a grease missile, a convenience store would be open. But I would doubt that any others. Like, I bet grocery stores and gas stations are open. That's probably about it.
Yeah. When your dad takes you to work, do you have to sit in the back seat on a booster chair or something to be especially safe?
No, but when I got into the front seat, I had to put my tush in the front seat and then kick my boots so that the snow wouldn't get all up in his car.
Oh, I bet you did. Yeah.
I'm sure people heard that. That was me clicking my boots.
Jasper Lamar Krabs in the YouTube chat, and he says, hey, Tim, can we come over and play some shinny hockey? Boy, there's been a lot of shinny hockey. I'm down in the arena right now. Right in front of me is where the shinny hockey takes place. And my son has gotten to a point now where I actually have to try to beat him. He won 2 in a row. And then I just started to really rally, and I've won 4 straight. And now he's getting a little irritated, banging his stick on the goal, and I just keep running my mouth as I take this 7-year-old to task. I'm really pleased with the way I'm playing, Doug. Really pleased with it.
I thought you were playing the 2-year-old. I thought he was the one taking your measure.
He's sometimes on my team, and then sometimes he'll just sit it out and observe the festivities. Yeah, he's got a nice. He's a left-handed defenseman, as you know, and really excited about his
does their grandpa come by? It's better just let your father win.
My dad cheers against his grandchildren.
Yes.
That's correct. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming your way at 10:45. Martin, are you doing onboarding remotely today?
I think I've got one more in me, okay?
You got one more in you. All right, there it is.
I got things to get to, but I'm going to push them back a little bit.
There we go. Martin sticking around for one more segment. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
The Blues play on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tomorrow night, Blues and Wild. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7.
The wait is over!
The quest for the Stanley Cup happens here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
TR Hughes Homes has great prices on beautiful new homes at 4 desirable locations. trhughes.com.
When your heating or cooling takes a time out, you need the right team to step up. That's where the Air Alliance team comes in. Family owned and operated, and always ready to make the save. Yes. Worried you need a new unit? Don't sweat it. They'll huddle up, check it out, and do everything possible to extend the life of your system. Because they're not just in the business of replacements, they're in the business of repairs, too.
High five.
Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time. Visit airallianceteam.com.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Hey, can we talk? It's a new year and I need to move on. We had a great run, but you're old now. So I'm trading you in at number 1 Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgerton.
It's actually Bridgeton, and all you need is $29 down. $29.
Every vehicle?
Yes, plus get 0.99% financing for 60 months.
Ooh, that Mitsubishi Outlander is hot. But what if I'm not good enough for financing?
Got a job?
Yes.
Got $29?
I do.
Then let's get you a new car. Acres of new Mitsubishis with 0.99% financing, plus acres of pre-owned.
All just $29 down.
$29 at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgerton.
Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com. #1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
The holiday season may be coming to a close, but there's still plenty of time to make it a magical one. Ring in the new year with something stunning and timeless from Diamonds Direct. Start the new year with a celebration of your love, or even a celebration of yourself. Whether you're shopping for the perfect wedding bands, a beautiful pair of diamond studs that were missing from under your tree, or the engagement ring of their dreams, Diamonds Direct has just what you're wishing for. This year, make your New Year's resolution to shop smarter by shopping direct. Making a decision on where to make your next jewelry purchase has never been easier. At Diamonds Direct, you're guaranteed to get an extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and the white glove service that we've long been known for. Let the experts at Diamonds Direct show you the difference in a concierge luxury shopping experience. Kick off the new year the way you've always wanted. Customize your experience in-store or online at DiamondsDirect.com today. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Now's your chance to see a Monster Jam truck in person. Stop in at Northern Tool and Equipment in O'Fallon on Thursday, January 16th, 2 to 6 p.m. and bring the kids. This wrecking machine will blow you away. Northern Tool and Equipment.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues defenseman Justin Falk.
Falk shoots it. He scores!
Get entered to win that Justin Falk signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by the Schaefer Door Company.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Send your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com comes your way at 10:45. The first ever college football playoff quarterfinals averaged 16.9 million viewers on ESPN platforms. That's 59% more than the 10.6 million first round, but less than the usual semifinal games before playoff expansion. Of the 4 quarterfinal games, the 2 most watched were the New Year's Day contest. Ohio State's win over Oregon got 21.1 million viewers. And then you also had the game earlier on that got, let's see, what do you get? 15.8 million viewers was what they got actually the next day for Notre Dame and Georgia. Pretty good considering that game kicked off in the afternoon. The biggest game last year was 27.2 million viewers for the Rose Bowl between Michigan and Alabama. Penn State's win over Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl was the least watched of the games with 13.8 million viewers. The least watched semifinals games in the CFP era came on December 31st, the 2015 Orange Bowl between Clemson and Oklahoma, which drew 15.7 million viewers. So my expectation, and maybe I'm off on this because it won't be on New Year's Day like the semifinals have been in the past, is that they're going to get big ratings on Thursday and Friday with Notre Dame and Penn State and Texas and Ohio State. What do you guys think? Doug, I'll start with you. Do you think these will get big numbers?
Oh, I think they will, yeah. Yeah, I definitely think they will. There's a lot of big markets in Texas and Ohio and Pennsylvania.
And then the brand name that is Notre Dame.
Yeah. And there's not a whole lot else going on right now that's going to garner a lot of attention. So, yeah, I would think they do big ratings.
What do you think, Martin?
You know, it's interesting. They say ratings are down. 21 million is still a massive TV rating because the Rose Bowl was down from last year. But, yeah, I think going into these matchups with the programs that are associated with these games, I mean, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Texas, a little bit to a lesser extent Penn State, but still massive followings. I do think that Notre Dame, Ohio State is kind of the game a lot of people want to see. And our buddy, the White Rascal, was he the White Rascal, Chuck Marlowe?
Yeah, the White Rascal.
He said, I got to admit, I never liked Notre Dame as a kid, never rooted for him, especially with Brian Kelly. But he said with this Marcus Freeman, of course, who's a Buckeye, but he said I think he's right that Notre Dame, if you've always kind of hated them for whatever reason, Marcus Freeman is hard to dislike. So maybe that's off the table.
Yeah, I think people, whether they don't like Notre Dame or not, I think people respect Marcus Freeman. He did like a 15-minute interview on SportsCenter yesterday morning with Hannah Storm. I know Hannah Storm went to Notre Dame, so maybe that played a role in the get. But, yeah, he certainly carries a lot of respect. And for the way that program bounced back after the debacle against Northern Illinois, and now in a position where they are the favorite against Penn State going in Thursday night. I am really looking forward to that one. Martin, can you tell the people about Together Credit Union?
You want to tell folks something exciting here in 2025. Our friends over at Together Credit Union have launched a brand new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking, and I'll tell you what that's all about. Empower Checking means you can earn above market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Interest is paid to you each month. It's a checking account that rewards you for the balances and not the activity there. To apply, you just visit togethercu.org. Stop by any of those area 14 local St. Louis branches and work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. So find out more about Empower Checking. You can get paid to save money with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org/empower. For full terms and details, membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, Martin, I know you have some remote onboarding to complete, so you are going to check out for the remainder of the program. Jackson, do you have the weekend wrap-up? Is that what you have here for the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, and then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, have a wonderful day. Safe travels. Do you have to go into the Two Fox?
I'll be. Yeah, I think journalism demands that I be there later today. So if you're locked indoors, stay cabin fever, tuned to the Two Fox, and we may have some video of the Billikens winning on Friday night. You never know.
That's a good tease. Martin heading out, me, Doug, and Jackson sticking around for the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. You're welcome to get involved. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And our YouTube cameras, where many have gathered to watch the show today, are brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Email in as well for our email today, which comes your way at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
Tune in this Friday from 11 to 2 as BK and Ferrario broadcast live from the E&B Granite Studios at the Centene Community Ice Center. E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need the best. Onderlaw, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis. We know how to handle the insurance companies, and we'll make sure you're compensated for physical, emotional, and financial injuries. Let us make your case our cause. Car accident? Call Onderlaw today for a free review. 314 or 618-9 That's 314 or 618-9 all zeros.
Looking for the perfect spot for your next private event? Whether it's a baby shower, bridal shower, birthday party, or business meeting, Rosalita's has you covered. Enjoy the vibrant atmosphere in one of Rosalita's 2 exclusive private rooms with a customized menu that is perfect for your upcoming event. And if you're planning a date night, don't miss the lively mariachi nights every Friday and Saturday. Plus, Rosalita's gift cards make the perfect gift for any occasion. Come celebrate at Rosalita's, where every event is a fiesta. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
With over 700 vehicles all in one location, Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum, they've got you covered. That's right, 700 vehicles plus at Auto Center's Nissan. Cars, trucks, SUVs, vans, whatever you're into, style, budget, they've got it at Auto Centers. You can start right there online at autocentersnissan.com. In fact, that's what my wife Kristen and I did. We looked at a couple of different vehicles, couple of different price points, and then we took the test drives there at Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. We fell in love with the pre-owned Pathfinder. Whether you're looking for a car or a truck, they've got it for you. Plus, 30-day new car return promise. They're so confident that you're going to love the car buying experience and you're going to love the vehicle that they give you 30 days to bring the vehicle back. For whatever reason, they'll refund your money if you're not completely satisfied. Complimentary lifetime warranty on new Nissans and eligible used vehicles. Complimentary 1-year maintenance on new Nissan purchases. Financing options for everyone that walks through the door. It's Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. Tell them Stalter sent you.
WXOS, HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Center's Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. This is The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can listen via the podcast app that is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, the great Jason Gosrow, and Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com should your garage door spring break. And Michael's Flooring, a great sponsor of this program. They've been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion for flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he is making sure he gets the best carpet installers in the industry and gives them $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in the flooring industry. If you're interested in joining his team, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. They have it all at Michael's Flooring. So many varieties of all flooring, and carpet is back in style, and that's why carpet installers are important right now. $7 a square yard. They have 3 easy locations to get to in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring, igotfloored.com. Doug, Jackson's prepared questions for us, and they're called the Weekend Wrap-Up. That's creative.
Okay, yeah. I have no idea what happened over the weekend, so let's get to it.
So, I mean, we were talking about the Golden Globes earlier. Biopics are big right now. You have Timothée Chalamet doing Bob Dylan. You're going to have Jeremy Allen White, a 3-time Golden Globe winner, portray Bruce Springsteen down the road. Who would be somebody in sports broadcasting across any time that you would like to see a biopic made about their life?
And I guess we got to take me out because otherwise that's the obvious answer. And that would be, I guess I'd be played by Jason Statham. Is that correct?
I don't think so. Mickey Rooney, if he was still around.
Oh, you mother.
I don't think there's an actor that could possibly capture your greatness, Tim. So, no, I wouldn't expect a picture to be made.
I agree.
Nice. Oh, well, for me, it would be Jack Buck, of course, the all-time greatest. Because he got his time in World War II that he served. Saw some heavy action there and then came back to become the greatest baseball announcer ever. That'd be my pick.
How about Harry Carey?
Yeah, I'd want somebody for like a more from the older age. Like, I don't think as much as I love Mike Breen, I don't think a Mike Breen biopic would be all that interesting.
Doug, would you like to watch a Mike Breen biopic?
Probably not.
Easy title would be called Bang, but like someone from like the 60s, someone who's bigger than the sports they cover, like Vin Scully. How cool would a Vin Scully biopic be? You could really get that affectation down, and that would be fun.
Yeah, some of the older guys like that actually did something before their careers. Vin Scully, I guess, was too young for World War II, but a lot of them actually did something great before they ever got into broadcasting. Those are the ones that would interest me more, at least.
How about this one? I think I got a good one here. Bob Uecker.
Yeah. That would be great. That would be awesome. You go from like right after the
because
playing
Bob
days.
Uecker. Yeah, I mean, Doug, have you ever interviewed him?
I have not.
I interviewed Bob Uecker, and this has to be 20 plus years ago because it was for KMOV, and he was in. I don't want to say he's playing a character because that wouldn't be fair. I just think, like many people, there are different layers to his personality, and when he's not expected to be on, he's a very serious, reflective, intelligent person, and I'm sitting in, it would have had to have been the Brewers dugout at Busch Stadium, and we're doing an interview for Sports Sunday on KMOV, and he was not in the quote unquote character that people would think of, whether it be from Major League or I really think he kind of went on the national map with appearances with Johnny Carson on the Tonight Show. Is that right?
Oh yeah, he was on dozens of times. Virtually every time Milwaukee went to the West Coast, they'd have him on.
Yeah, that's where I think he blew up. And then for maybe my generation, people became more familiar with him from Major League. And I think all generations celebrate Mr. Belvedere. But when I was interviewing him, he was very serious and thoughtful. And I think it was at the time of the war in Iraq, and he was talking about that. And as you can imagine, it wasn't a topic that I brought up, but that's what was on his mind. And I think maybe it's because President Bush had thrown out the first pitch at Busch Stadium in 2004. I'm not sure what it was. That might have been how it came up. But either way, I just think there's a lot there. In addition to, being a major league ball player, but being very self-deprecating about his career, and then how he became this legendary broadcaster who is still calling games for the Brewers, and I think wants to win a world championship more than damn near anybody in Milwaukee. I mean, he's 90 years old now, and man, that'd be the perfect way if the Brewers somehow won the World Series and he got to be on the call. That wouldn't just be the ultimate culmination of an incredible career?
I would imagine, even if you're as funny as Bob Uecker is, and he is one of the funniest men on the planet, you get tired of people expecting you to be funny whenever they, want to grab you for a quick interview or something, because I'm sure that's what you were hoping for. That's what anyone would hope for in an interview with Bob Uecker, is that it would just be hysterical. But I'm sure sometimes they just don't have that in them to reel off their routine at the moment. But you're right. He's been a great baseball guy for years. And when he does Brewer games, he's very serious.
Yeah,
he's not a clown or a funny man at all when he does the games. He's dead serious.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. Another one that we're getting texts on, Howard Cosell. I actually could see that being done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think they're doing a John Madden one, but I'm not sure if it's him during his broadcast career or his coaching days.
Okay. At the very least, a 30 for 30 on it. You can give your suggestions by texting in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Email of the day brought to you by Design Air. Coming your way at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you are at home and you are working from home and you want to compete with the likes of Buck Swope, the JV golf coach, Misty Plops, who got a win on Friday, send your emails in. You got about 15, 20 minutes to do it the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can watch the program at YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Give us your opinion on the Air Comfort Service heating, cooling, and insulation text line at 314-399-9646 on 101 ESPN.
Come and see why TR Hughes is St. Charles and now Warren County's premier home builder. TRHughes.com.
Stop the countdown. Don't let the new year pass you by. Get to HW Kia of West County to save the day. If you're a first-time buyer or you're under the conclusion you can't get approved for a car loan, HW Kia wants to finance your future, not your past, during the Season of New Traditions sales event. Have a job clearing $450 per week at HW Kia, you're virtually approved. Plus, if you're stuck in a loan or lease, Big D will get you released up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. New HW Kia K4 LX for just $19,990 $19,995 with any trade. Plus every clearly marked new HW Kia. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or 0% for 48 months. Even a 24 gas model Sorento SUV. Only at HWKia.com. On approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and 587 title and registration processing fee. 21 or newer trade. Negative equity refinance the new loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Not all will qualify through KMF 2083 2000. Offers not in combination. Expires 1/15/25.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
We've got your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Monster Jam. Returning for 2 huge shows next Saturday, January 18th and Sunday, January 19th at the Dome at America Center. Get ready to cheer, scream, and be amazed as massive Monster Jam trucks and world champion drivers take over St. Louis for a weekend packed with high-flying action and jaw-dropping stunts. Get all the info and enter to win that free 4-pack of tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn with you. Jackson Burkett back at the studio. Jackson's there because Chairman Kurt came to pick him up this morning. 4:45, Doug. Mm-hmm. And Chairman Kurt, God bless him. I mean, tip your cap to Chairman Kurt.
100%.
Can't get out of his garage and gets trapped in an alley in South St. Louis. And so then Jackson reaches out to his father, as he calls him, the Popmeister. Is that right?
Yes.
Popmeister?
The old Popmeister.
And the old Popmeister. And the Popmeister answers the call and picks up Jackson in his Toyota Highlander, which he got from the great Jamie Burkhardt at Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And that vehicle is able to get Jackson into the building. And Jackson is one of 3 people at Hubbard Radio St. Louis today?
That is accurate. And I want to give another shout out to KG, Chairman Kurt. Not only is he going to be filtering the emails still from his home, but
he's still going to do it remotely. Unbelievable.
And he is doing the show notes. So all I have to do is upload the audio portion of the podcast. He's already taken care of the show notes. So all 3 segments that have occurred will be going up here in just a moment. The first 2 are already up. The third one's going up right now. So shout out to Chairman Kurt, or else I would have really been, Doug, busier than a one-arm paper hanger.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, so shout out
at least
to him.
he's not still stranded outside. I had envisioned him like hip deep in snow and he can't move at all.
No, not in snowshoes or anything. No. He's still been very, very helpful.
Right. Well, that's
well done, Jackson. Do you think any of the former producers would have made the effort to get to work? That's from Tervis Parish, looking for Jackson to crap on former members of the program.
No, I won't. But if they enjoy employment, I bet they would always give their best effort. Like I said, like if I wasn't here in this morning, I don't know what. It's been dead air, I guess. I don't know.
I think, Doug, I would have just rolled over and said, hey, let's just do the show over the phone and just patched into 101 from our chambers. I think that's probably the best way to have handled things. Other than that, Jeff Burkett made this show possible. Or BK and Ferrario doing it remotely?
Yes, though I think Tanner's coming in, but they are going to be doing it. Yeah, I think they're going to be doing it from their homes as well, using this Airlink. Isn't this Airlink thing great? Like, look at just connect.
It's the bee's knees.
Yeah,
Doug, this is going to allow you to live. You're going to go to Orange County. I'm going to Jupiter. And Martin will stay in St. Louis because of 2 Fox responsibilities. But you're looking at the future of TMA right here via Airlink, Doug.
Well, that's not bad. How is this any different than a Zoom call?
Just because it's like embedded in our software for YouTube live streaming, it's the same idea.
Did that answer the question?
Embedded in our live streaming. Okay?
Right. Well, I can't just like put a Zoom call and like click and drag it into our YouTube thing. It's already set up with this. So no, it's just a synonym for Zoom. AirLink and Zoom, same thing.
Well, if you can't just click and drag, maybe your dad can do that for you?
Yeah, maybe.
Talking to me, Jackson.
Yeah, seriously. You're taking a lot of shots over there, Vaughn.
No.
There's another phone call coming in on your desktop.
If there's
emails. Emails now, when they ring every time we get an email. I don't know how to turn it off. I just don't.
Anytime somebody uses the phrase "man card," I know we'd get along well.
Oh, God.
Good for Jackson for answering the bell. Tim, where are you? Why give him crap? If you had a man card, I would pull it. That's from the 314. I've said it, I think, a few times on the program, but Doug, as you know, the listeners, they cycle on, they cycle off. But the Hubbard management sent out a game plan on Friday, knowing that there would be weather, and we were told, me, Martin, Doug, to do the program from home. And Jackson, you were asked to come in because you run the board on the program. So there is a little background on the situation. However, the last thing I would want to lose is my man card to these listeners.
But people, go ahead.
As I look at the forecast, it looks like we're now completely done with the snow and everything.
No more precipitation.
Cold weather in the 20s, but I don't see any snow possibly till Friday. So, hopefully they'll get out there and get the streets cleared off, and by tomorrow we'll be back to somewhat normal.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see what it looks like when I get upstairs from down here in my basement to see if they've begun the process of clearing the streets, and then I've got a couple CBC guys who are going to come and clear the driveway.
Vitale.
So yeah, it is outdoor rink. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct in 2025. Let's start fresh by making the home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the new year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. That's 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct and they will beat it. That is their commitment to giving you the best quality and value for your home. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why Brown & Crouppen? If you hire us, you're going to get great service, you're going to get a great result. We're the winningest, and quite frankly, we're the kindest. A strong voice, an advocate. Why Brown & Crouppen? We provide a family. We have the power, the resources, and the ability to do what you need us to do, which is to get every cent that you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you.
That's why Brown and Crouppen.
The choice of a lawyer is important and shouldn't be based on an ad.
Wow, this year has flown by, and now you're planning to sell your home. Like you, most families have been waiting on the sidelines. Well, now the timing is better, but you still have questions, right? Hey, it's Jamie Rivers here for my friend and trusted realtor Gloria Liu with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I've been telling you about Gloria Liu for years now. Why? Because Gloria Liu is St. Louis's real estate expert, and if you have a home to sell, you need to get to know her like I have. I've seen her systems, her guarantees, and I've even met her clients. In fact, I'm also a client. She is different than any other realtor. If you need help selling for the most money, you need to do what I did. Call Gloria Liu. Here's another tip. If you have a home to sell in Crestwood, Shaw, Maplewood, or Central West End, you absolutely must call Gloria Liu. Take it from me again, Jamie Rivers, and call my friend Gloria Liu at 314-325-6888. Again, that's 314-325-6888. Or you can always visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Conditions to apply. Gloria and the seller must agree on price and possession date.
Hey, Jay Delsing here. Join me every Sunday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. for Golf with Jay Delsing, brought to you by Darty Business Solutions. It's the biggest names in golf right here on 101 ESPN.
Need new tires or auto service? Check out the great deals at Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers at gotodobbs.com. Find big savings on the best tire brands and expert auto service. Shop our deals, then come into a Dobbs near you. Click on gotodobbs.com today.
Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Then check out the $5 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So do you and get a burger, fry, and hash brown in the AM. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Sponsored by St. Louis Auto Show.
Now's your chance to see a Monster Jam truck in person. Stop in at Northern Tool and Equipment in O'Fallon on Thursday, January 16th, 2 to 6 p.m. and bring the kids. This wrecking machine will blow you away. Northern Tool and Equipment.
You can now listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up on all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. 101 ESPN podcasts are presented by the Schaefer Door Company. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pelicans defeat the Wizards last night 110-98. Trey Murphy III, 22 points and 8 boards. That was in their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way in about 10 minutes, so send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com with incredibly cold temperatures here in St. Louis and in the forecast. If you run into any issues with your heating system, go to DesignAirService.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. We've got a high today of 26 degrees, and we are not going to get out of the 20s until Saturday, per my iPhone app anyway, and not out of the 30s over the next 10 days. So, Doug, we gotta deal with it here over the next few days. I don't know how long.
You know what? We will get through it. We will pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, and we will get through it.
We will not go quietly into the night. Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech. Seth Goldcamp and his staff, Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade. And we are clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling and recommend you become one as well at DesignAirService.com. Anytime you run into any issues, just go to DesignAirService.com and you're talking with somebody in a matter of seconds, and they will be out there very quickly to tend to your heating system. This FS1 lawsuit, Joy Taylor is trending on the Twitter tweets, and Emmanuel Acho has appeared on Fox this morning, and this is what he had to say when he went up on camera. What's up, family? It's a huge Monday show. Welcome to the facility. It is officially the NFC and AFC playoff picture are as clear as can be. That is what he had to say. So he
That seems like outside of that, how is the play, Mrs. Lincoln kind of situation there.
So he is not. He has deleted the video where he's praising Joy Taylor. Meanwhile, in addition to Skip Bayless, per the lawsuit filed, allegedly offering $1.5 million to sleep with Ms. Faraji, the woman who filed the lawsuit, Joy Taylor, allegedly sleeping with both a Manuacho and a vice president of FS1. Doug, I don't know if you've ever worked with Bobby Diaz.
I have not.
Diaz.
Bobby Diaz?
No, always wanted to, but have not.
Somebody's going to be Bobby Diaz in the air.
Bobby Diaz and Wyckoff. What's up, Bobby?
Bobby Diaz was allowed to stick around despite allegations of sexual harassment because, quote, he was the cocaine supplier for Fox employees at Talent.
Everyone needs to have an assignment.
We need a guy.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby Diaz has been firing on everybody, and he's been saying some racist crap. Can't let him go. He's got the junk.
Why is everybody so randy at FS4?
I guess we don't understand show business, man.
I guess you can't get through a day without abusing someone else who works with you.
Right. Or shoving stuff up your nose.
As long as Bobby Diaz is there with his white horse, we carry on to the next hot take. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Tonight, it's the FCS Championship. North Dakota State and Montana State. Pregame at 5:30, kickoff at 6. The NCAA plays on 101 ESPN.
For commercial HVAC work, go to aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
15% off everything you can fit inside the bag is back at Menards. Make painting easier by using a one-coat product. Grand Distinction is an interior paint and primer in one that will give your home a fresh, updated look. Right now, get 15% off Pittsburgh products and all the painting supplies you can fit inside the bag through January 12th. See store for complete details. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to HIMSS.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 5.25% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
The world's largest sports book in Las Vegas is now right at your fingertips here in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I'm a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited about launching our Circus Sports app in Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, and more. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Start betting like a pro from anywhere in Illinois.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Love TMA? Then nominate yourself to be the Morning After Listener of the Month. Sign up now at 101ESPN.com or TMASTL.com.
The TMA Listener of the Month Club is quenched by Milagro Tequila. Welcome to a brighter side of tequila with Milagro Tequila.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Doug, you ready for the Design Air Heating Cooling Minute?
I think I'm ready. Yeah, as ready as I'm going to be.
All right, here we go. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Is our love real now that I've shared a catheter with him? Oh.
That's how it starts. That's how it starts.
But what has he deposited into his Depends for me? Perhaps a brown tartlet or two, elevated with some cinnamon sugar, spiced cardamom seeds, and the discharge from his urinary tract infection. He left me waiting. I left him pulsating, Doug. That's from Doty's Takeaway.
Very bad. Doty's Takeaway. He's new. And I hope he doesn't come back because it was a very poor email.
Ahoy. Just wondering if you cute little snow bunnies might be able to forward my resume on over to FS1. Sounds like a real hoot over there. Kind of like a Mad Men for the 21st century. How do you do? Big! Eek! Concerns? Thoughts? No fooling. That's from Lefty Jacksmere.
Okay. Lefty Jacksmere.
Doty's Takeaway.
Doug, do you have any contacts over at FS1? I know you know Bobby Diaz.
I don't. We try to get jobs over there. Remember when they first announced they were paying these guys $5 and $6 million a year to do this stuff? That's when I started screaming more in hopes of landing a similar contract. It has not happened.
Yeah, and Skip Bayless is offering $1.5 million bonus too. It sounds like so. There's a lot. There's a lot going on out there. And Bobby Diaz, he is protected.
Disposable income. Yeah.
Hi, Doug. Your furnace looks like it's running well, probably because of Design Air. It looks so warm and cozy in your home. Maybe let a breeze in. You're very red. Wow. When everyone showed off articles of clothing, it made me feel special for being a YouTube viewer. Martens Under Armour sweatpants got everyone warm and fuzzy. TMA snow days. What a blessing. That's from Droid Effects.
Odd. Droid Effect. An odd little email.
My TMA journey began during the 2011 Cardinal playoff run. Not only did Tim, Jim, and Doug provide legit sports insight, true patriots like Rudy, Timberfake, and Larry Nickel also called in to provide comic relief. I was in awe how one show could be so good at sports talk and simultaneously make me hyperventilate from laughing so hard. By the time I heard the cat utter the immortal phrase, "Do you still want the pictures anyway?" I realized TMA was a perfect combo of Howard Stern, SportsCenter, and the Jerky Boys. I cried the day Jay Jr. announced he was sick because you guys have been an enormous part of my daily life for 14 years.
However, if I could go back in time and prevent myself from ever discovering this show, I would do it in a heartbeat, because that means I never would have ruined my life by joining the TMA fan page. In the past 48 hours, I've seen some of the angriest lemmings in the bi-state region argue about every topic imaginable on the Facebook page of a sports radio show, from weather to politics to Taco Bell. Your former board op even used the fan page to call for local meteorologists to be physically punished because he was expecting more snow yesterday. If that wasn't bad enough, I saw a picture of a horny glass installer grinding his pelvis on Jackson's backside during the guise of a, quote, putting lesson, end quote. Throw in random strangers who apparently don't have access to Google asking questions like, does anyone know how to unclog my sink? And you can understand why I wish I'd never even heard of TMA in the first place. Doug, that comes from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, it's days like this I miss having Pepper and Jeannie around so he can roast Iggy for his Strodecast that just called for a light dusting as Iggy tries to explain that he only got 2 inches on his patio. The TMA fan page was hashtag blessed with a post from our favorite former stoner board op who at 6:30 a.m. Sunday posted, meteorologists are morons. They get paid to throw out guesses and cause panic to an entire city for 0.8 of an inch of snow. They should be punished accordingly. And then 2 hours later posted, do I still have time to delete my weather post? Well, Chairman Kurt's not going to be much good to us because he's stranded in an alley in the city while Libby Jack Virgin Pringle Soy Boy and his dainty whittle Mini Cooper had to call his helicopter parent to come rescue him and take him to work. Game ball for Jeffrey Burkett for owning a 4-wheel drive vehicle capable of handling St. Louis winters. Doug's with us this morning as he's managed to dial in from his laptop that's signed into iOS Messenger, so we all get notifications anytime he gets a text. How are the sports? Are they great? Our top story is that Libby Jack's report is that a new report that the Giants have fired head coach Brian Daboll and their GM has been retracted 6 weeks after the fact because it was not accurate then and it won't be accurate until at least next fall. Crazy that a storied franchise that's won multiple championships this century with a fan base that expects them to be competitive would run it back without replacing the coach or GM following their worst season in decades. But I guess there's a lot of that going around these days. That's from Buck Swoop. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, what you got?
Okay. I thought Buck and JV golf coach were the best. Today I'm going to vote for a fellow by the name of JV golf coach.
To me, it was a runaway for Doty's takeaway.
Doty's takeaway, and that was the one about the catheter?
Yeah, I felt that one was the strongest, most representative of the program.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Doty's takeaway as well. Congratulations, Doty's takeaway. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tip of the cap to Jackson Burkett and Jeff Burkett, and for that matter, Chairman Kurt, who was trying to get there.
Absolutely.
And Jackson, you said we lost our man cards by not coming into work per the instructions of our bosses?
Yeah, I think that came from Jeff Foxworthy or something.
BK and Ferrario also, I guess they lose their man cards. They are doing the show remotely per instructions of the people in charge. But Tanner is going to be there doing the program, running the board for them. Time for us to shut it down for Jackson Bennett Burkett, for Jeff Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
New year, new fan of the week. Damian Harkins of Vandalia, Illinois. Our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of